Good evening. We will call to order this Thursday, February 3rd, 2022 regular meeting of the College Township Council to order. This time I would invite you to join council in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, welcome. We will open the floor to public open discussion for anything someone would want to share with council that is not on this evening's agenda. Looking in the room, looking online. Very good, thank you. Does anyone have an item that they would like to add to this evening's agenda? Looking online, looking in the room. I see nor hear any. Continuing on, reports, manager's update.
Yes, thank you. A couple of things that to draw your attention to in the manager's update, and a few things that I will mention that are not presently on the manager's update. So I did want to remind everybody that next Thursday, the February 10th, from 6 to 8 o'clock, there will be a final open house that is going to be held here in this room. It'll be an in-person meeting for the purposes of a final conversation relative to the upcoming Phase 2 of the Pike Street traffic calming project. We are going to be under construction in the spring. It's going to be an extended period of construction, approximately 5 months, maybe 6 months. And what we want to do is afford everybody that is going to be impacted an opportunity to have an understanding about the sequencing, how traffic is going to flow, those types of things. So if you have an interest in how that section of Pike Street is going to be functioning over the next 5 to 6 months, probably beginning sometime in April, please feel free to come out on February 10th at 6 o'clock. And we'll be doing a presentation. We'll have some visual aids available and be able to answer your questions as far as staging and construction, the construction program. In addition to that, I did want to point out that, let's see, oh, here it is. On Thompson Woods Preserve, we had some fits and starts around the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas, but we did have a meeting on January 27th with the principal stakeholders, which were State College Borough, College Township, Clearwater Conservancy, as well as Center Region Parks and Recreation. And we do now have a path forward here with respect to generating some enabling resolutions that are going to assist in the establishment of a governance structure. And so we're going to be working on those documents to get those in place. You'll be seeing those over the next number of weeks, as will the State College Borough Council as well. And I think that with those in place, I think we'll have a good opportunity to reestablish a good involvement and a good process for the caretaking of Thompson Woods Preserve. So that is actually moving forward. Last couple of items that I wanted to mention here are not necessarily on the pages. The first is that some members of council and some members of the public may understand that there is, or have heard that there is a potential oh, I'm sorry, the words just flew out of my head. Human Resources Committee that is a nascent Human Resources committee that is being looked to be established in the Center Region. State College Borough, Ferguson Township have been taking the lead in this. In terms of offering and trying to construct an ordinance where other center region municipalities may in fact be able to participate, to ensure that if any cases of discrimination, housing discrimination, those types of things come forward, that there's an opportunity for those particular events to be heard, to be adjudicated. I'm mentioning it here. We have not been involved in the construction of that, but we have been on the sidelines. And as it now appears to be coming into more of a form, there are going to be ongoing discussions, and members of council may be hearing about that. Members of the public may start to hear more about that. Human Relations Commission, I'm sorry. Human Relations Commission. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that that is ongoing. And now that there is something much more tangible to be dealing with, that may become something that College Township Council may wish to consider at some point in the future. So as this document, this process continues to move forward, I will bring that forward in conjunction with the chair and be able to provide you with additional information relative to the Human Relations Commission. So I apologize for my stumbling on the words, but I think some of you may have heard about that to begin with. So I just wanted to be sure that everyone was aware that that is something that is kind of ongoing. And the last thing that I wanted to mention is that College Township has gone live earlier this week with a brand new website. And if you've not visited the College Township website lately, I want to strongly encourage you to do so. The program has been very user-friendly in terms of the staff being able to manipulate it. I think the interface is very nice, and I hope that people will find it much more useful than our previous website. And we're very interested in taking comments and suggestions from the public relative to the website. If there are any ways that we may be able to make improvements or make corrections. As these things work, we essentially picked up everything that we had in the previous website and moved it over. And so while we have diligently tried to clean as much of that up as possible, there is clearly more to do in that regard. So as we work through this, it's a bit of a work in progress, but I think that everyone will be very pleasantly surprised with the product. The one thing that I would like to encourage everybody to do is to take advantage of the website feature of Notify Me, where some individuals can sign up for a wide variety of notifications whenever things are actually published to the website or become available, whether those are meeting schedules or those are meeting packets for our various authorities, boards, and commissions. Various news items, all of those types of things. It's a very user-friendly way to keep abreast of what is going on and to target what is of interest to you as individual members of the public. So check out the Notify Me and please sign up. I think you will be very pleasantly surprised with the amount of information that's made available. Those are my comments, so I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Great. Questions for the manager? Paul?
No questions.
Great. Carla?
Yeah, just one. Is the reboot of this new website, so the last time we rebooted the website, we lost all of our Notify Me because for some reason we couldn't transfer them to the new. Has that happened again? So if people are currently on the list, they have to sign up again?
Yeah, I may need to punt this one to Jen. She may know more of the answer to that one, but I'm suspecting that we may need to do new signups. Jen?
Yes, there was no carryover from the last website for email contacts. But I did want to also, besides the Notify Me, one thing that's really particularly interesting is the alert feature. And so we have alerts that will pop up at the top of the website, or you can get emails for quarry blasts, road constructions, road projects, those kind of things as well, emergency alerts. And so that's also another feature that you can sign up for. But yes, we probably should put that in as a news article that says if you were previously receiving emails, you're going to have to re-sign up for those emails again.
Thank you, Jen.
Great, that answers my question. Thank you.
Just a follow-up. Do we have no access to the old system at all?
No, we do not.
Okay, if we did, I was gonna say, send out a blast on the old notification list to get
We can double check that,
Okay.
but I'm fairly certain
Okay,
at the
I don't
moment
think that list was as robust as the initial list before that anyway.
Sure.
I think it,
well, we gotta
Okay.
start somewhere.
we
We have to
re-
start somewhere.
we'll
restart,
check.
yeah.
Right, so we'll, and maybe put a note on the website that, you know, hey, you need to re-sign up.
I need to read.
Yeah, so, Dustin,
I had the same question.
Okay.
So Carla beat me to it.
excellent.
Sorry.
Eric?
Yeah, I have the same question, but I gotta tell you, that data's available it's an easy export. We would just simply contact the previous vendor and ask them for it. Maybe it's not a lot of names, but gee whiz, they ought to be able to provide it. And then we just sent out
Yeah,
an email letting people know they need to re-sign up. Because that's very unfortunate that wasn't carried over.
Anything else, Eric? Okay, thanks. Sue, I see your hand.
I was just gonna say, send it to me, Jen, and I will send it out to the Lamont list. Because that's another 200 and some people that maybe don't know about it.
Perfect,
Thanks.
Will
Thank-
do.
excellent, thank you. The only things I had, Adam, just confirming with the Thompson Woods Working Group, the CRPA that you're referring to is the COG Parks and Rec Agency?
The agency,
The
that's
agency,
correct.
correct.
Not the authority.
Not the planning,
And
not the planning
not the
agency,
planning
not the
agency.
authority.
Yeah, I
It's-
forgot an R
Yeah,
in there,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
so, and then two, if you could confirm who currently is our solar power purchasing liaison. That's you?
At the moment.
Okay, all right, that's why. So any questions or whatever on that, you demand.
Yes, we did have a meeting last week, I believe. It was more of a status meeting, so there was nothing significant to report as a result of that.
Sounds good. Yeah. And we're all aware that our representative through COG is now Danelle Del Corso. COG Regional County Liaison Reports. Dustin, we'll start with you. You supplied a written report. Anything that you would like to highlight out of that?
Just a major highlight from that is the approval of the job descriptions for the two new positions. So let me just retract. So there was two positions that were approved for the COG, but the job description approvals were for one new position and a rewrite of the finance assistant due to the new positions. So barring any contingencies that come from the finance committee, those will go right through, and then we'll be advertising for those.
Great. That's a good point, Dustin, because that in my finance hat, there was a discussion. So those descriptions were generated based on the feedback of finance, but finance never saw the final product. So we'll be seeing that next week and everything. I don't expect any major changes, but one of the things that we suggested was, let's look at the flow through our committees and everything, like things that fall under public safety should hit there before they hit HR.
Yeah, exactly. So that was discussed, just to elaborate a little bit, the process of it. It really should just be finalized with us and then posted, right? It slows down the whole process.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
So,
Similar
to
to
that point.
finance.
Yeah, so, anything else, Dustin?
That's it, thank you.
Questions for Dustin? Eric, you had facilities and provided a written report. Anything you want to highlight there?
Yeah, I still don't see my facilities report anywhere in the packet. Are you guys seeing it anywhere?
I honestly read it in my email.
I read it in the email.
I read it in the email, so I didn't look
I
for it.
didn't look for it.
Okay, because I'm not seeing it in the supplemental either.
Okay,
Let me just read the most relevant piece, I think, and this is because Rich and I, a lot of this came out of discussion between Rich and I. And the first item was the review of the proposed lease for the fire protection program, which I covered at the last meeting. So they came back with a revised lease. Lou Brumgart reviewed the most recent changes to the proposed lease that came out of our discussion at the January meeting. The changes were to 3 areas of the contract. The first was the lease premises, added the site plan to the lease, showing the designated parking area and the suite that we are leasing as an addendum. The second change was under remedies, added language to ensure that we, meaning COG, has adequate notice and time to correct anything that could be interpreted as a violation of the lease, which would then lead to them starting breach action. And third was the renewal option, and this is good stuff here. Added a 5-year option with the same terms and conditions that are included with this initial agreement, with a 2% escalation factor annually. So what that means is we will have the option to renew at the end of this 5 years for up to 5 more years with only a 2% increase in the rent. So the Facilities Committee moved then unanimously to endorse the amended lease, forward it to Public Safety and Finance for further review. The other relevant point there under that agenda item was, and Richard shared this concern with me, is that as COG gets into more and more third-party relationships, risk management becomes an issue. So the question is, who is the risk management point person at COG, and how does, what is that process? What I found out was, the good news is that the COG relies on borough staff to identify and assess risk management in situations like this. Somebody should be looking at this contract from a risk management standpoint. The less good news is that doesn't happen on any kind of coordinated, regular basis. It's really just up to the different department heads. The better news on that is that going forward, staff is working towards centralizing that risk management investigation process, in all likelihood under the finance department, under Joe Vigillone's department, so that when things like this come in, it will automatically kick a risk assessment. I'm fine with them using the borough as long as those things are looked at and evaluated. So it looks like there'll be some improvement on that end. The only other discussion there that was worth noting is that they were updated on, and quite happy to hear, that the Millbrook Marsh Nature Center and Spring Creek Educational Building Phase 2 moved through College Township with approval. So the second, any questions on that meeting?
Paul has one for you, Eric.
Hey, Eric, real quick question. If I'm not mistaken, that lease, there's a time element to that, correct? Like, we would rather get that done sooner than later. You'd mentioned that that's going to be referred back to public safety. It's not on our agenda for next week, so I wonder if that might be something we ought to add.
Yeah, I guess that's a question for COG staff. I don't know what the timeline is. The only thing I could possibly think of is maybe their agenda went out before, before our meeting.
Well, if there's no, I'm gonna reach out to COG staff and see if we can get that added to the agenda if it is time sensitive, so that we can expedite moving that along. So thank you for the heads up on that. I somehow missed that.
Two thoughts on that. They may feel that your previous approval
Merits.
of the concept, and then leases the execution of it and everything like that. My understanding is the intent is it will be on our February general forum agenda for approval, and it goes into effect the 1st of March.
So that was my concern. Does it have to pass through? I can add it as an agenda item to add at the beginning of the meeting,
Right.
which we can vote on if we need to, but even if we can add it, a few days before. I think
They may
that'd be
take your
fine.
previous approval as this, because this is more a technical correction
Understood.
versus a
Yeah. Well, it's an
conceptual,
extension, so it's
conceptual and operational thing.
Yeah. It does seem like a significant addition, so. Okay.
Potentially, yeah, the options are always interesting. If the rate's in your favor, you exercise the option.
Right.
If it's not, you negotiate. Yeah. But,
It's a bit of a no-lose situation for us.
right,
I think,
right.
thanks to Rich, I think that was an outstanding change to the draft lease.
That was my only question. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Paul. Anybody else for Eric? Next, Eric?
Earlier today, Land Use and Community Infrastructure, or what we call the Lucy Committee, met. I haven't had time to put a report together, but briefly here, three agenda items that I think are of interest, none that necessarily require any feedback tonight. The first one, which generated the majority of the discussion, was the revised Act 537 Sewage Facilities Plan Special Study for the Meeks Lane Pump Station. You will recall that at a previous council meeting, I had updated everyone on the fact that UAJA would like to put a pump station in Patton Township that is designed to meet additional capacity, should that additional capacity be warranted in the future. Center Region planners are opposed to that concept based on the fact that Half Moon Township has said about it as strongly as you can through rezoning that they're not interested in the additional density that pump station could serve. The fear with the planners is that if it is built, it will be much easier to make the argument that the property should be rezoned. Without getting into the details of the merits of that discussion, the point is that normally, I'm a big fan of the autonomy of authorities. But in this particular case, the authority needs each individual municipality to sign off on this plan because it requires an amendment to the Act 537 plan. So without unanimous approval from the municipalities, the UAJA cannot build that. Even if they wanted to, they cannot build that pump station to the capacity that they currently would like to. This agenda item was, at the request of UAJA, withdrawn from today's discussion. And I anticipate it will be coming back, but I asked staff that it's likely going to come back in the same format that it was originally proposed to us today, and that is that UAJA still favors the more robust plan versus the one that the Center Region Planning Agency is opposed to. And we as municipalities will be asked to, to make a decision here. My suggestion to the committee today was to bring in the interim, is to bring in your UAJA board reps and, let's hear it from them. Because honestly, I would like to respect the process put in place with authorities and our relationship with our board members. So I would, if it's okay with the other members of council, I would like staff to schedule on a future agenda some time with our UAJ board members so we can hear directly from them, before we're faced with making a decision at the various COG committee levels, a recommendation, and then a decision at the general forum. So I guess that is something I need input on. While you're thinking about that, the other two things very quickly were, we kind of got caught a break here, is that Trish is in the process of updating the regional bike plan and the maps and the tables that are part of that. You recall the original regional bike plan was adopted in 2016, so it's due for its 5-year update. So she was looking for input from each of the municipalities on what has changed since the 2016 plan was put together. And our good fortune, Mike Bloom is sitting right next to her, and having just spent a lot of time on our pedestrian plan, is in a position where he can provide that information directly to Trish. So really no further feedback needed on that. And the last item was the accessory solar use project that we've been getting updates at probably in almost all of our different COG committees, has now advanced to the point where all the information that you've been getting from Pam Adams is now on a website. It's not a website that's been is released for public consumption yet, but the committee did have a chance to review it. And I have to tell you, it's just as well formatted and just as complete and just as well structured as all of the information that Pam has been providing us all along through this process. So there was virtually no comment from the committee at all. And in fact, my comment was, I think it's ready to be released for the public, but they do want to give a couple more committees, COG committees, a shot at looking at it. So if you're one of those committees that's involved in that, expect to get a link as part of your COG committee agenda to take a look at the website and then provide comment at your next COG meeting, committee meeting. So thoughts on bringing UAJA in to discuss?
Right, we're gonna start with Adam on that one, Eric.
Yeah, Lindsay, I'm going to call on you here in a minute so you can prepare. But we have been contacted by Center Region Planning Agency, and in fact, we're anticipating at the February 17th meeting of actually coming forward with an agenda item that evening, which is in essence, I believe, and Lindsay, this is where you're going to need to correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's a public hearing, and there is then a discussion and action component in the regular agenda related to this particular issue, if I'm not mistaken. Lindsay, is that correct?
I know that the Meeks Lane discussion will be coming up in front of council. This, I believe, is what we're discussing is going to be just the change. It's a different change. It's not the Meeks Lane one, and I know I just went.
All right, very good. That was the point. I
Yeah.
wanted to be sure that we, so in answer to your question from an administrative standpoint, Eric, there's no reason not to bring UAJA representatives here to meet with council on this particular issue. I just wanted to be sure that we weren't getting out over our skis in advance of what we may have coming forward on the 17th. So
Right, I'm pretty sure the 17th is the one that came through the consent agenda of the general forum.
Yes.
That would be for that one and stuff.
Okay.
Eric, what is the timeline that you see for needing this discussion on Meeks Lane?
Well, we're going to see this back on our agenda on, what is it, either the 1st or the 3rd, the first Tuesday in March. So,
Okay.
you know, it doesn't leave us a lot of time. If we
So,
could get UAJ,
yeah.
a board member here on the 17th, that would help.
I was just gonna say, since we're talking all things UAJA on the 17th, that if we could put that together, Adam, that would be ideal.
Okay. Very good. UAJA reps, 17. Got it.
Yep. Okay, anything else, Eric? Questions for Eric?
No, none, thank you.
Okay, good deal. Paul, any?
No meetings to report?
Excellent. Carla?
Nope, just a lot of doodle polls, so meetings coming down the pipeline.
Yeah. The inaugural meeting of the Parks Governance Committee is going to occur on February 9th at 8:30. So that will be a org versus reorg, and so we'll start getting our bearings and everything with that. Welcome, anybody and all are welcome.
Oh, okay.
All right, any other county regional reports? Seeing or hearing none. Mr. Dara, Planning Commission.
At the last planning commission, which was Tuesday, we started to look at the pedestrian plan for College Township. We went through the preliminary information. We will continue our discussions over the next, I'm going to say 3 to 4 meetings. We should be back to council probably within 45 days. That's it.
Questions for Ed? Good to go. Thanks, Ed. And then, in making its inaugural debut on the reports section, are diversity, equity, and inclusion reports. Anything for the good of the cause from council, staff, or the public? Paul, please.
I was just going to make 2 quick mentions. First of all, wishing a happy Lunar New Year to all those who celebrate, and also recognizing that February is Black History Month as well. So there's an awful lot of events and opportunities to learn more and to participate in some community events. So I believe there's a nice website that we can probably redirect folks to that's maintained by the borough. So just
Excellent.
wanted to mention that.
Excellent. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. Anybody else under the diversity, equity, and inclusion section? Very good. Continuing on in the agenda, we have our consent agenda. And Rich has to find it in his, he doesn't have it in front of him for once. And here we go. Oh, he already had it up, he was just scrolling down through it. All right, for the February 3rd, 2022 consent agenda, we have one set of minutes from council's January 16th, 2022 regular meeting. We have several correspondence, a letter from Dan Cleese dated January 19th, 2022 regarding neighborhood road conditions. We have a letter from Maya Eikenberry dated January 21st, 2022 regarding a convex mirror at the intersection of Hauserville Road and Ivy Hill Drive. We have a letter from Louis Glantz dated January 19th, 2022 regarding fee schedule. We have a letter from Rachel Schwarzer dated January 26, 2022 regarding Villa Crest Drive. And we have a letter from Mr. Gene Bazan dated January 30th, 2022 regarding draft wireless communication facilities ordinance. Does anyone in council wish any of those pulled for further discussion?
Just had one comment.
Yes.
So CA1, Mr. Chair, I do see in the minutes that it has me as attending. I did miss and I was absent in that last meeting.
Excellent, thank you.
Can I request that we pull 2 of the items, CA2B and CA2D, for a brief discussion?
Sure. Carla?
Those
That's
are mine
good.
too.
Excellent. Eric, anything?
Those were the same 2 I was looking at.
Okay, excellent. I saw a gentleman raising his hand. Yes, sir. You need to unmute yourself and identify yourself. Still muted, sir.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yep,
Sorry
there
about
you
that.
go.
My name is John Core. I live at 221 Villa Crest Drive, and I had a few comments to make about the letter from Rachel regarding, that intersection.
Okay, Mr. Core, if you would, Mr. Core, if you would hold your comments, council has asked to pull those 2 items, and we'll be discussing those in a little more detail. Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll make sure we get back to you. All right. With that said, I'll accept the motion to approve CA1 as corrected and the balance of CA2.
So moved.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion carries. CA2B, Paul.
Yeah, I think I probably speak for other members of council. First of all, thanks to, I believe it's a high school student, for taking the initiative to write us about something. That's a great thing to see. I believe CA2D is in the same vein as well. When these things come to us, I think we should always take a look at those things, and I think perhaps the next best step with the consensus of council is to refer this to the township engineer for perhaps a bit more investigation, unless he's
Well, let's
ready
ask
to do
the
so.
manager, we'll ask the manager what,
Oh, I mean, that's entirely appropriate.
Very good.
I know that the engineer and I have had some generic conversations about this, and Don, I don't know if you had any thoughts that you wanted to share now, or if you
Well,
would prefer to.
obviously, I want to take a look at that intersection and actually measure the sight distance in either direction. I would say that a convex mirror, they're frowned upon by PennDOT. They're like the last resort. So if this is something that we can maybe remove some brush, I do believe it's on private property, but we can notify the property owner of an issue with it. But I'd like to take a look at it and get some measurements before I would recommend a convex mirror there.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting an answer, I just thought
right,
it'd be
right,
something
no,
for us to
no,
look at.
it's now on the manager's plate to ensure that it comes back to council with some discussion. Good on that one?
Yes.
Excellent. Next one?
Can we stay on that one?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Was there anything else?
Well, I know that Eric wanted that pulled and I wanted it pulled as well.
Oh, I apologize. Eric, anything further than what Paul just indicated?
Paul covered everything that I was going to mention, as long as I understood that Don was going to take a look at whether or not the brush was, is that what I heard?
Yes.
Look at whether brush was a contributing factor.
Yes.
And then I would say, for those who are considering reaching out to the township, it's really not necessary to identify yourself as a taxpayer or for however many years. We're all taxpayers, and you know something? A good idea is a good idea, whether it comes from a taxpayer or somebody who lives on the other side of the world. So we accept them all. And being a taxpayer or being a taxpayer for 20 years, you know, it's not as much of a factor as you think, at least with this group of folks. Thanks.
Appreciate that, Eric. Carly, you're good?
I do also have a comment.
Oh, go
actually.
ahead, please.
It comes to my memory that this is an issue that's come up before during my tenure at Lease, and I do believe we at the time asked the property owner to cut back their bushes. At what point is it time to request that a bush be removed for visibility's sake? Or is it never a time? Like, I'm just curious if there are boundaries to that. If obviously the right of way there is not adequate, so.
I don't know whether we would have to get into a take where we would take an easement back beyond the right of way, saying that, you know, for health, safety, and welfare's sake, we need to do this additional.
Interesting. I'm just curious.
I'm not
because
aware of us having done that in the past.
That's perhaps a question when you push up to the PennDOT regional.
Yeah, we have a municipal services representative.
I mean, I'm never interested in taking other people's property. That's not necessarily where I'm going first. But at what point is it like, hey, it's probably just time to make this?
The one thing that I'll offer
Please,
here is
please.
we have had a great deal of success in being able to negotiate, if you will, with property owners. And I can recall a situation in Hauserville at one point where we basically were involved in a similar type of a situation with a fence. And it was a partial fence, kind of like a corner fence.
Yeah.
We were actually able to remove and replace in a slightly different location at our cost that particular piece of fencing to achieve the desired goal and the desired sight distance. So oftentimes it may not necessarily be an actual taking, but there may be a little bit of investment involved on the part of the township in order to achieve the desired result. And in that particular case in on Hauserville Road, that actually worked out, I think, pretty well.
And actually,
You recall?
we removed a tree in Lamont at one intersection.
So our ordinances don't necessarily stipulate a requirement for vegetation to be down below the sight line of the roadway?
Well, typically, we run into this in the older sections of town. is primarily where we run into
Sure.
this. And usually, any of the newer subdivisions from the 80s and beyond normally are not the ones that end up kind of falling into
Being
this,
wooded right up to the
right,
road, yeah.
right up to the edge. And so, we do have, there are ordinances that do talk about obstruction.
I
you
see
know,
Mark
signs.
vigorously shaking and,
Okay, Mark, yeah, please, I forgot you were
or
there.
there's a really good game on.
I was gonna add that, our ordinance officer, every summer since I've been here, has sent out multiple letters advising people to trim vegetation that's causing site distance issues. It is in our ordinance, and if this is something just as simple as trimming back vegetation that is overgrown, that's a relatively easy thing for us to address from the ordinance standpoint.
Great.
All right, yeah, thanks. So could we get a look at how much visibility is there, and whether or not that vegetation needs to be potentially
yeah,
discussed with the property
that would
owner
be
and
an
removed
easy task,
completely,
and
or if cutting back is all it needs?
Yeah, I think it will be easy to do, even at this time of year,
Okay,
because I know exactly what,
yeah, it's not the
It's-
first time
yeah.
it's come to us,
And I
so.
think it has been trimmed in the past, but
Sure.
it may be more than just a little trimming. As I said, I do recall one after I thought about it more, a case where we actually moved a couple trees, maybe about this big in diameter. Our own crew came in and moved them back 5 or 6 feet, 1 5, 1 3, and 1 2 to just make a better site triangle. So maybe that's something we'd be looking at.
Great.
Excellent.
And, will anybody be getting back to
Yeah,
Maya?
we'll acknowledge and
Great.
let them know that it's been passed on to the engineer, who will be making a report once he's concluded his evaluation.
Great, thank you.
All good on CA2B? Excellent. Paul, CA2B, D.
Well, if Don is out and about, perhaps he could take a look at that 90-degree turn on Villacrest was what I was thinking. I was actually kind of surprised that that was still our road. I kind of thought that might have turned into Skazda property, but it is ours. So
Right.
I was interested to learn that. I think it would be worth reaching out to Skazda to find out whether they have issues with buses making the turns and some of the other things that were
They
addressed
don't.
there.
Is this turn the turn as you turn right?
That's my understanding.
Well,
she
that's
says by
actually-
the panorama.
How about, this is an appropriate time to invite Mr. Core back to share his comments.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, it is the turn that goes right. You come up Villacrest from Atherton Street, and it's a sharp right-hand turn up and into the parking lot of, I think it's the State College School District's printing office. It used to be the old elementary school. And then, so you have to weave through the parking lot. You take a hard right-hand turn at the end of Villacrest, and I think that's the end of College Township's, the road there.
Correct.
After that, it's just the school districts, basically entrance to the parking lot. You have to weave in an S pattern through the parking lot, and then you go through an area where the Little League is very active, from April until October. And then you go down through the school area on your right and go into the development there. Does that answer your question about the way the road works?
Yes, it does, thank you. Did you have anything else to offer, Mr. Core?
I'm right at the corner there. BJ Mincemoyer is across the street from me. I'm on the left side as you go up to Villacrest, the last house on the left. And we've been here since '93. And BJ Mincemoyer is across the street. On my side is Janet Scanlon. Some of you might know her. She's an old principal for an elementary school. And across from her are the Gilligans. And we're all unanimous in our concern that there's already way too much traffic on that road, and people go far too fast. There's a school bus stop down there. It's a narrow road. There's kids that walk up and down to go to school. There's people that walk their dogs. People will come down the bike path on Atherton and then cut up Villacrest, go the bike path goes behind the Little League field and then on. So there's a lot of pedestrian traffic on a very narrow road, and there's more and more pressure of people coming out of the developments across from the middle school there on Brandywine. And instead of going left and going down to, I guess it's Oak Hall Road or Bullsburg Road, at the light and taking a right, and then going out to Atherton and taking a right and going to town, they come flying through there. So they come whipping all through Little League season. They come whipping through where these little kids are going back and forth and playing ball and going to see their sister or whatever. Then they come down and they weave through the parking lot. They come. There's a speed bump there now. I think that maybe the school board put the speed bump on. But they come down to that sharp turn, and then they take a left, and then they floor it all the way down to Atherton Street. So we're already concerned about, too much traffic. So we feel that widening that turn will only encourage people to use it even more and go faster. We'd like to see more stop signs there. We'd like to see maybe a speed bump. Somebody was telling me that the Lamont school zone blinking lights are no longer in use. We'd love to see them put that over on Villacrest, because it is a school zone. Kids walk up and back and forth. The letter, I think, said something about buses. Actually, there were many, many buses that were using that as a shortcut, but we straightened that out with the school board, and the only buses that use it now are the ones picking up kids in the little Panorama neighborhood, and then they come up through there. So the bus issue is certainly not like it used to be. And, basically that's it. I think I went over everything. I think if you widen it, then sooner or later, there's going to be so many people using it, you're going to need to put a stoplight down at the corner of Villacrest and Atherton. What we'd like to see is, something more that would discourage people from using that as a shortcut and slow them down. We love to see a flashing light that tells people how fast they're going, like, we see on Branch Road. I don't know if it's still there, but, it was there. And maybe a reduction in the speed limit, because to me, with the Little League and the kids in the street at the school bus stop, and the speed of which people who are in a hurry and taking a shortcut come through there, it's an accident waiting to happen with a pedestrian.
Very good, Mr. Core. Thank you. You've given our engineer a lot to look at while he's there. Eric, I see your hand. Did you have something to follow up?
Yeah, a question for Mr. Core. I'm familiar with the area. At one time, on the school district property, there were gates in place.
Yes.
That were utilized to basically prevent some of that through traffic that you were, particularly the traffic from the neighborhood cutting all the way through. The gates were in a place that would allow access to the interior, from both ends, but prevent the through traffic. Do you know if those gates still exist?
Yes, they still exist. They're just not in use. And I think that was kind of an agreement, when they put the schools in. There was a concern from the people that lived in the Panorama Village and along Villacrest, Panorama, that what would be going on, what's going on now, would be happening. So they agreed to put a gate in, but the gate, I think, was only utilized for a few months, 6 months, and then it went into disuse, and now people are just using that as a cut through.
So I guess my follow-up would be, it may be worth opening up a dialogue with the school district to see, what the options are there. Certainly that is at least a quick, short-term solution that would mitigate a certain amount of the through traffic, if not the speed, and we could still focus on maybe the speed and some of the other items that you mentioned. And I happen to agree that if we're trying to calm traffic, widening the road is the exact opposite thing we want to do.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's a good idea. We had discussed the neighbors trying to take it up with the school board, that they would put the gate back up. That would be controversial, for sure. we thought that maybe just a couple stop signs and maybe a speed bump and a school flashing light for, slow people down might be more, that might work better. It would just discourage people and, we could go from there.
Great.
A stop sign maybe right at that right-hand angle, right at the end of Villacrest. A stop sign at Villacrest and Panorama, a three-way stop. And some flashing lights that said, this is a school zone, please slow down, like way down, whatever you go, 15, 20 miles an hour. That in itself, and maybe even a speed bump, I don't know if you would do a speed bump, but that might just discourage people from, it's too much trouble to cut through there. They're already weaving through the parking lot. They're going over a speed bump now, they gotta come down there and make that hard left-hand turn. They might just think, it might be easier to just go right down Brandywine to the light and come around the other way. You can take a left and go up the bypass, or you can take a right and come up Atherton Street. But they're pouring through Villacrest and Panorama Village now at high rates of speed. They're going up and down the road at 40 miles an hour. And really, it's way too fast.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Core. You've given,
Thank you.
you've given staff and a lot of input, and we'll probably be hearing this again. I assume we'll request staff the same deal, follow up with the letter writer to know that we're going to take this under study and we'll be discussing it in the future. Dustin, go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, hold on. Dustin, go ahead.
Just a few requests, and we take a look at this as a matter of understanding. One thing, just to note, I have it pulled up on Google on my computer, looking at it in an overlay. In the future, probably if we're talking about traffic type things in a discussion, maybe we want to do that in our meeting, have it up on a presentation mode. Not a bad thing. Street signs, what are the street signs looking there, right? These are things I would request on when you go check it out, what's currently there, what is the speed limit? Where exactly does the township end and the school district begin?
It actually ends right at that sharp turn.
Right at the sharp turn. That was my assumption, but yeah, okay.
If you look at the Google Maps, it says Villacrest going the whole way through, but that Villacrest actually ends right at that turn.
Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Great. Mark, was that you that started to say something?
Yes, I was going to just add in that is a private road. Villacrest, the township plows up to that dead end, not onto that is all school district property. That whole cut through is a private road, and the township has no authority on that private road.
Great. Thanks. Candidly, I think we got into this a little bit further than probably we should have out of a consent agenda item, but I think staff's clear on what we're asking, and we'll be seeing this again in the future. Paul, does that meet both of yours? If so, I would accept a motion to approve those two items.
So moved.
I'll second.
Dustin will second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries. OB1, Historically Significant Properties Draft Ordinance. I think Lindsay's leading this out.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. So as you may recall, staff prepared this draft ordinance as recommended by the Planning Commission to you at your first regular meeting of 2022. Since that discussion, staff worked to incorporate all of the changes from the discussion that evening, or actually that afternoon. And along with those changes, we also made additional changes to ensure the legality of the ordinance. Mostly being able to allow changing in setbacks via a conditional use and not have to go to the zoning hearing board. So wondering that we also met with the township solicitor, and he reviewed the draft of the ordinance that's in front of you tonight and gave it the okay. We did have some precedent to relate to, since a lot of the conditional uses that we have in Chapter 87 as it exists refer to setbacks, and they can change within the conditional use ordinance. So since then, we prepared, again, the draft, and it's in your packet tonight. And if you feel that it's satisfied with, if you feel satisfied with the draft as presented. Staff is requesting you set a public hearing this evening for March 17th, 2022. Prior to the public hearing, the ordinance will, of course, be advertised, and it will go in front of the Center Regional Planning Commission for their opportunity to review and make their response to us. So with that, I'm looking forward to seeing if you feel I've been able to incorporate everything that we discussed back in January, and that's about it.
Great, thanks, Lindsay. Questions for Lindsay? Anyone? Any from council?
And what was the public hearing date?
March 17th.
If I could just make a comment, I
Yes.
mean, it was me who brought up a lot of this, so I appreciate the effort that went into not only just preserving, since we're talking about preservation, we preserved some of the definitions, but we actually improved it significantly. And yeah, thank you for the diligence and effort to bring this to a point where I feel a lot more comfortable with it personally.
Great. Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid ordinance. Okay, Eric, anything? If not, I'll accept the motion to set the public hearing for March 17th.
Also moved.
Mr. Best, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Takak. Any further discussion?
Anybody, I was curious if anybody from
Sure.
the historic district had anything to say about it.
Do I see, is that a little
Yeah.
hand? Jennifer?
If I may jump,
Yep, sure.
I just want to acknowledge, I know that Lindsay staff has done a lot of work, but I also want to provide recognition for Mr. Alan Popovich, who has worked very closely with staff in assisting in putting this together, helping to conceptualize what we see here before us today. So Alan, thank you on behalf of College Township staff. We certainly appreciate your work on this. Certainly something that's near and dear to your heart, and we are very thankful that you're able to be here tonight and have been able to assist us as we move through this.
Great.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you, Alan. I agree with everything Adam said. You've been such a great help, and your support and your patience, so thank you.
Great. Sue, I see your hand.
I just had a question where we can see a copy of it. Is it on the website? I couldn't find it.
It's part of the agenda packet,
So
and it would,
Oh,
it's, you can't find I was not able to find it through the calendar like we used to find it through the calendar item. Just so, that was something I was gonna email you about later. But, so I can't walk through it right this second because I don't remember, but it's one of the options in government to go to agenda packets, I
we'll be
think,
sure,
something like that.
we can get that out to you directly, but we'll also make sure that we correct that so that it's easily identifiable.
Yeah, there is a little link that says download packet, but when you click it, you register for the meeting.
Okay.
okay.
Working out those kinks.
I was gonna say, everything's perfect till it gets road tested. Yeah. That's awesome. Well, along with Alan, we appreciate the efforts of the planning commission. Is that a little hand there
Yeah,
for Jennifer? Jennifer, did you have, Jennifer Moni? Did you have comment?
I think it's the pointer.
Oh, it's a pointer. Okay, very good. Never mind. And then I see the culprit that started this whole bailiwick, Ms. Ross is on there. If she has any thoughts on the proposed ordinance. All right, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Last comments. Very good. Calling a question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion carries. Excellent. Moving forward. OB2, Small Wireless Communications Facilities Act 50. Lindsay again.
Hi, thanks. As you've seen in your agenda packet, the Planning Commission had their first opportunity to review and comment on the Small Wireless Communications Facilities draft ordinance. Since the time Council remanded the ordinance and the issue to the planning commission, staff had the opportunity to meet with a member of council and then submitted their comments back to our outside legal counsel for their response. As you may remember, we did hire the Cohen Law Group out of Pittsburgh to take on this undertaking for us, since they worked with us so well back in 2016 and 18. So we brought that updated draft to the Planning Commission for consideration. Between the introduction of the topic at council and tonight's meeting, there was a concerned citizen who voiced their concerns regarding the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community at large. The residents submitted numerous notes for the consideration of staff and the Planning Commission. Because of the concern and the volume of the comments from the notes, staff reached out to our outside legal counsel for their initial thoughts of the notes. We just asked for initial thoughts. We didn't ask for an official response to these, but I did include his correspondence in the packet, and from what he had told us and we discussed, the notes, although important, they don't contain any information pertinent to the task hand or this current effort, which is to modify our existing wireless communications facilities ordinance to become compliant with the newly passed Act 50. So the Planning Commission heard the concerns of the resident that evening at their meeting and also received some handouts from the resident who, which we actually incorporated into the minutes, the draft minutes that you have in your agenda. At the Planning Commission meeting, we indicated that the legal counsel did take a look at the ordinance as prepared, and we indicated that we sent the information to our outside legal counsel. So it's also important to note that along with this ordinance, when we first heard about Act 50, Mark and I and Adam and most of staff were a little concerned about changing the ordinance completely. Mark requested of Cohen that they take our existing ordinance and keep as much of it as possible, and only make the changes so we comply with Act 50. And they did a good job at doing that, and we were satisfied with the draft. So we asked the Planning Commission for their review and comment, and the Planning Commission made their recommendation after noting that they're satisfied with the ordinance and its update. They made a recommendation that council approve the draft and schedule a public hearing again for March 17th. So that's just my brief introduction, and I'm looking forward to your comments.
Questions for Lindsay? Round the room. Paul, anything for Lindsay?
Throw it to me. Yeah, first of all, I do appreciate the thoroughness and the passion and the information, which was all very interesting that we received. It was voluminous. It is something that I think is of very general interest to a lot of people. And I appreciate that opportunity to learn more about the whole issue. Let me just start by saying that. After looking at it and after reading many of the comments, and certainly after looking at this, outside counsel's look at this, it reiterated that I don't believe that we have jurisdictional authority to really intervene on this. And if we tried to do so, we would be in a position where we would put the township in significant peril, not only regarding future applications under our revised ordinance, but would potentially invite very expensive litigation that would be very detrimental to the township. So as much as I may be personally swayed or unswayed, I am not commenting on the science, I am not commenting on the validity of any of these claims. I think we just don't have jurisdictional authority. We don't have a health department. We don't have investigators to really look at this. I think there's other forums that this conversation can be better handled than here at the local level. And I just worry about opening an expensive and litigious can of worms that honestly, all we're trying to do is comply with requirements of existing state law. So that is perhaps the totality of my comment.
Okay, yeah, that was more than questions for Lindsay. You got into.
I'm
a little
sorry.
bit more. No, but it was obviously something that we needed to speak on. Carly, anything, questions or comments?
I mean, I do.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, well, so thanks, Lindsay. Here we go. So I did meet with Lindsay once already after one brief read through the ordinance. So she sent those questions to Cohen. I saw the responses, and now I have couple follow-up questions, a couple new ones.
Okay.
So, all right, bear with me. I was not terribly organized. I really need some time to print these things out on paper. Okay, so, I'm gonna skip some of my overarching comments for just the questions. So the one thing, Anthony, while he was still here on the board, made a point in December when this first came before us about the front facade area of a house. I mean, I think his only comment, I believe, as I recall, was how do we prevent wireless communications facilities from going right in front of somebody's house? And when you read through the ordinance and the design manual, there is one piece that talks about that. However, in the design manual, that only is referring to new small wireless communications facilities. It is not referring to co-location. So my question at the time to Lindsay, and unfortunately Cohen or Mr. Roberts' response only pointed again to that piece about the new wireless communications facilities, not the co-location. So I would still like to know if we can work into our ordinance within the parameters of Act 50, and I do believe there might be room within that design manual to also, to some degree, prohibit or greatly limit the possibility that a wireless communications facility would be co-located on an existing pole within that facade area of someone's home. Okay, thank you. So, moving forward.
That's a follow-up question then, really. I mean, there's an answer, it's a partial answer, it's not the totality of the answer.
It answered what we already know.
Right, that's very clearly defined. I got it, yeah, I have it here.
Yeah.
We want to find out about co-location on an existing pole in the front facade.
Correct.
So, okay.
Because in my mind, if we can control a new location within the front facade, we should be able to control the co-location.
Okay, all right, and I think that's a legitimate question to get back to Mr. Roberts with.
Yeah, great. Okay.
Absolutely.
Next, when I go back to December 2nd and the packet we got that gave the history of our communication with Cohen Law Group. So there was a September 7th letter from Cohen that outlined all the reasons we should do business with them. Mm-hmm. And we should go through with this. And one of them was enforcement tools. Enforcement tools is the thing I see missing in this ordinance and actually in our previous ordinance. We do not have any penalties or fines that I can find outlined within this ordinance. And when Lindsay asked this again of Mr. Roberts, he pointed to specifically the FCC and federal aviation and things like that, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about our ordinance. So let's say they have applied and we've approved it. So how do we keep them in compliance?
So Carla, those are set forth and Mark could probably touch on this as well. So in A203, it would just be a violation of zoning. And that is how we would enforce this ordinance if they were not in compliance with A203 and just an overall zoning ordinance violation. Is that correct, Mark, with the fines and the amount of days?
Yes.
That does not, sorry, before you go on, I would, before I'm able to do anything with this, I would need to go into those and review those fines, because specifically Cohen's point was to make sure that they would matter to people like a communications company, which is very different from, say, something that might matter to a resident, right?
Right.
I believe it's $500 to start.
Well, yeah, I mean, I understand your point, Carla, and I think it's, I think it's a legitimate point. There's two things. Number one, and I'm not as familiar with the design manual as I should be, and I'm not sure, I'm not sure what latitudes are provided within the design manual that may in fact provide for some degree of enforcement. That said, and setting that aside for the time being, all of this must move through zoning, through permitting. And you're right, generally speaking, because that would be subject to our fee schedule in A203, those permit violation type fines would certainly apply.
Okay.
You're talking about something specific perhaps to Act 50 that's above and beyond what we are currently listing in A203 as a penalty or a fine in the event that a telecommunication company actually ends up doing something that's not in agreement or in accordance with what we're adopting here.
Am I correct that beyond the fines and that, if it's not in compliance, we have judicial remedies potential?
And that exists on any zoning permit.
Okay.
Sure.
And so,
That helps alone.
And so I think, the point is, I think it's a clarification that we need to get.
Yep.
But the answer may be, it's already in there because it's a zoning permit. And I just don't know the answer. So I think it's a legitimate question and a clarification to receive from outside counsel.
Okay.
But I will not be surprised if the answer is that because it goes through the zoning permit process, that is the mechanism, and all of the elements that comprise the permit enforcement.
Enforcement tools under the zoning ordinance.
Are the ones that are in play.
But don't we set different fines and penalties for different, or not within zoning?
Mark
Yeah.
or Lindsay?
There's,
Mark, Lindsay?
Yeah, our fines and violations go anywhere from, no parking to, your building numbers are incorrect, could start at $15, inadequate ENS control signs, and like the display of fireworks goes up to $3,000 for the first offense. So yeah, Carla, there are different ranges.
And I just think it's important for us to see those, because if that, and again, this comes from Cohen's recommendation, to have enforcement measures that match what basically the forces that be. Okay, so I would like more information on that. Thanks. Okay. We'd also talked about how convoluted this ordinance is, especially even in the design manual. And we'd asked Cohen for some visuals, which I do believe they provided. I wasn't able to see them just because the way the email forwarded, it didn't provide the images themselves. But I was wondering if it would be helpful to work those into the ordinance somehow, or into the design manual maybe, if not into the ordinance.
Yeah, I can definitely incorporate what he sent. They were real life visuals of just, I can ask if he has any renderings, but there could, they're real life examples of how they're looking on poles and on other structures.
Yeah.
So I would be happy to incorporate those into the design manual. I think that's a good idea. Anytime you can add visuals into an ordinance that is this technical and difficult, is beneficial to any user.
Great, yeah, I think that would help everybody who's trying to keep, their head wrapped around this. Thanks. Okay. Now I'm gonna talk line by line. It's not gonna be long. I only have a couple, I promise. I just have to find where I am in this long list of, okay. So safety, line 133 to 140, these are maybe, so this is enforcement. This is more enforcement questions. So when it comes to the radio frequency emissions and FCC, complying to FCC standards, et cetera, we are requiring, as part of a complete application. First of all, I do want to point out that I'm really grateful that this new ordinance is actually more stringent than our previous ordinance regarding safety and FCC compliance. So I just want to say that out loud.
Yep.
So we are requiring as part of a complete application, a statement from a qualified licensed and professional registered engineer, et cetera, but it also says, and subsequently on request after construction. So this is kind of where I get into some of those penalties type of thing. What's to make them provide it to us after construction, right? Like, if not, what's it to them? That kind of.
Well, we have to final, we issue permits and then we final permits. So there are final inspections for all zoning permits that are issued. And, but it's basically, if it was a structure, it would be a certificate of occupancy.
So this is after construction and before permit?
Well, I mean, you would have, if they would, and Mark, I don't know if you want to chime in. I'm stealing your thunder.
I would say we have to use reasonableness. We couldn't require them to do testing every 2 months.
I'm saying once.
Arise where someone were getting ill, or there was some evidence that the radio frequencies may be interrupting someone's services or their pacemaker. If there's some reason, we could request them to reevaluate and show proof that they're within the guidelines.
It's similar to the majority of our ordinances. It's either by complaint or observation.
But I think, to Carla's point though, I think what she is saying is this is part of our application process, and you have to provide us with proof from a licensed engineer that this is the way it's going to operate. Then once it's constructed, that's to get the permit. Then once it's constructed, what your point is how do we know that upon construction and upon the utilization of that facility, that it's doing what everyone said it was supposed to do?
Well, if we do, for whatever reason, ask for another engineer sign off, what's to get them to give it to us? Why should they?
Right. Yeah, it's very similar in code. The example that comes to mind is a professional engineer designs the HVAC system. And then to get your final inspection, you have to have somebody else come in and say, yeah, it's doing what the design said it was going to do. A balancing report and various things like this. So it's along the same, this is what you said you were going to do. This proves that you did what you said you were going to do. And you're indicating that we don't have that kind of language.
Well, we kind of have it. We just don't have the stick or the carrot attached to the stick. Like,
the mechanism is unclear.
Yeah.
The enforcement is unclear. Yeah.
With any zoning violation, again, if we felt that there was some reason to believe that these were exceeding the limits, I could issue an enforcement notice. They would have 30 days to provide. Subsequently, upon request after construction, they would have 30 days to provide updated data showing they are within the limits. If not, after that 30 days, I could assess $500 per day until they comply.
Okay, okay.
Is there any requirement for
Oh,
as-built?
Don, go ahead, Don.
Is there any requirement for as-built? I mean, like we do stormwater facilities, it's designed according to the ordinance, and then we get a certification from the design engineer saying it was built according to the design.
So,
Lindsay,
Dawn,
go ahead.
Hi. So, Dawn, there is a requirement for a certificate of insurance and then a certification of completion or compliance. Is this something that we could maybe require like we do for, the placing of sidewalks and, in an escrow or some kind of bond, that we would keep on hand until everything's done like we do with everything else? Or is that something we couldn't do? It's a good question
Hey,
for Dawn.
how about, instead of us trying to solve it tonight, it's been identified as a concern, and let's try and get it.
We'll take it back internally and
Great.
Great.
Carla, anything else on that, and on those?
Yeah, one more, but I'm afraid I might have gotten
Okay.
line 90.
Paul, did you have something on what Carla
I
said
just wanted
already?
to clarify the concern. It seems to me like we were talking about two different things. One is issuing the permit and saying go ahead. The second is, as you say, verifying that it was built to or
How you
not.
said you were gonna build it.
But then there's a separate issue that I think Mark hit on, which is there's an ongoing compliance issue. And I just want to be clear that from initiation to approval, but then there is a component that I think, Carla, you were getting at, which is ongoing compliance. Is there any way, 2 years down the road, somebody complains and says, hey, I'm sick, hey, whatever, as, to Mark's ideas. So I think we should be very clear about
I think
that. I'm
that's
not
what-
sure we were in
I
our
think there's
conversation.
two things going on, and maybe just capture both of them, and maybe that does need to be more clear in section 6 there, because it does just say request after construction, not
Ongoing
like-
compliance or something.
anything, yeah, so,
Because this would be different because it isn't visible.
Hold up, Mark.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
I was just-
I think.
Mark,
this
please,
provide-
Mark, hold up.
I was just gonna say, note that this is different because it isn't necessarily observable or it's not like, you said complaint driven or observable. This would be of the complaint driven variety or some other request from staff. That would be the only clarification. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Sure. No.
interrupt. I just want to
Good.
make sure, yes.
Okay. Mark, go ahead.
Since this ordinance provides enough for me to enforce and go back again, if we had something to indicate that there may be, that the frequencies may be out of the alignment, that would be enough for me to give them a 30-day notice to provide us current data on those emissions.
Great, thank you. Yep, I knew you did.
okay, so
Carla.
line 94 is about upkeep. Again, it was the same question to me. Why, so what? So do we not, in any of our zoning ordinances, do we not point back to, what was it said, A203? We just, to the zoning, to what you're talking about, what Mark's talking about with the $500 a day and.
Well, again, I
magistrate
mean,
and all that.
we means explicitly, I mean, this is basically going to go into the
Gonna
zoning
sit
chapter.
back into it,
And
right,
so,
right.
I mean, all of that is taken as a whole.
Okay.
And so it's by inference, by reference, if there's a permit involved, that triggers all of that
Okay,
under a permit.
Okay.
So all that is available under a permit
All right.
as far as enforcement.
okay, good. And just to be clear, I would like to see, I mean, obviously I can look it up, but with the
What
next
A203 is.
iteration, can we just look at that and make sure that those numbers, or maybe run that by Cohen and make sure that those numbers make sense for what we're dealing with?
Okay.
That doesn't seem like a big, a big leap.
No, it's not.
Okay, section 5 of the manual, so now we're going like way down here. Lost track of, it's like when the line numbers stop.
Approval, section 5 approval, is that what you're?
Yeah, thanks. So I just want council to take a look at this. It gives the zoning officer, and, you know, no shame to the zoning officer, I just want to make sure that we take a look at it. It reads to me like it gives a lot of latitude. Any requests for relief from the requirements of this design manual shall be considered on a case-by-case basis by the township zoning officer and shall be approved upon a determination by the zoning officer that such relief is necessary to prevent the effective prohibition of wireless service pursuant to the rules of the Federal Communications Commission. Which is a little bit like, a sidewalk's really hard to build and you can't prohibit you can't prohibit our business, so we don't want to like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's really vague.
I understand what you're saying, but we'll go to the manager.
Yeah, I mean, this is encountered in virtually, it's encountered throughout the zoning ordinance. The discretion of the zoning officer is, if the zoning officer and the manager disagree on an interpretation, that may be unfortunate, but the manager's going to lose that argument. It is the responsibility of the zoning officer, and he is empowered through the MPC to make those determinations. And if in fact there is a need to challenge an interpretation that is made by the zoning officer, there is a quasi-judicial entity that is available to make that appeal. So I may thoroughly disagree with our zoning officer on occasion. If I am unable to persuade him to my point of view, he ultimately has the authority to make those decisions, and there is a mechanism for appealing that. A lot of the reason why there is that latitude that is built into this is because every situation is different, every location is different, and in order to meet the spirit and the intent of the ordinance, there does need to be, what's the word I'm looking for? There needs to be judgment that is exercised, but it needs to be judgment that's exercised within the context of the ordinance. And that's why these things are written that way. You often see this as well in planning and subdivision, where at the discretion of the engineer, It's the same type of comments that are made. So it's not right, it's not wrong. It is the latitude that is granted to the zoning officer through the MPC to make those determinations. They all must be made within the context and the intent of the ordinance. And where there are hard and fast rules, there are hard and fast rules. But these ordinances, and there are various sections in this ordinance where there is ability to adjust locations of certain things, the types of construction in certain circumstances, and those are all decisions that are left to be made by the zoning officer. So that's why some of this reads, forgive the term, but a little loosey-goosey in some respects. So
is that a technical term?
It can be.
It is now.
Is it defined?
But again, it's all done within the intent and the constraints that are established by the actual ordinance. So there's parameters that are set. They're just not specific. For example, there are specifics in zoning. Obviously, setbacks are setbacks. If it's 10 foot, 15 foot, 20 foot, those are hard and fast numbers. Those aren't challengeable. Those are not modifiable by the zoning officer. But in cases of locating something outside of, when we just talked about the window facade.
Facade.
Right. You know, there is latitude that is granted to the zoning officer to make that determination. You know, it will not, you know, we know it shouldn't be in the facade, but how many feet away from that window facade can it be to be generally in compliance with what that rule is? And those are things that are very difficult to actually put down in hard and fast numbers.
So I hear what you're saying, 100%. Thank you. That said, we took almost all of our ordinance for wireless communications facilities in the public right-of-way and we put all those numbers that you're talking about, the 10 feet, the 15 feet, and we put them all into this design manual and then put the whole design manual into your loosey-goosey category. That is the thing. I just want to make sure that we are all aware that, and again, it's no mark that, you know, the
Any
next zoning
zoning
officer,
officer,
the zoning
right.
officer before him. It has nothing to do with that. It's just, it kind of speaks to your point. There are hard and fast, and there are loosey-goosey, but we just took all of it and put it under the discretion with kind of like a vague wording. And maybe there's nothing we can do about that, but I'm not about to approve the ordinance without making that point to the body.
Perhaps staff can noodle that. I'll throw in a noodle the loosey-goosey.
Well, I think it's appropriate to go back to cone and try to get some foundational.
Yeah, like maybe there are
reasoning.
sections, like you talked about, the location section. Maybe there are sections of the manual that we can put under that.
Yep.
So that's my point. And I
Yep.
appreciate your description too, Adam.
It's good. He's taking good notes.
All right, that's it for me. So that was pretty good.
That was very good. Thank you. No, it's very good. Dustin, anything that you could possibly add on top of that?
I had some, just small contents, but if we're gonna look at a revision, then they're not necessary. Yeah.
If you could pass those on to Adam and staff.
Yeah, like, just some duplicate things,
Yep.
editorial, yeah.
Nits, yes, got it. Anything else, Dustin?
That's
Yeah,
it.
if you could provide those at your earliest opportunity. Eric?
Agree with what Paul said 100%. Two comments on the discussion that we've had. Obviously, this is going back to staff. I have less heartburn apparently than anybody else on the co-location issue. My understanding is co-location is, there's already a pole in the ground. It's simply adding another panel or possibly an antenna. So if we're going to go back and look at that, maybe we could get some clarification on what what co-location means. Because my understanding is just that. You're simply having another provider put another panel on a pole that already has, 10 panels on it, or another antenna. My second comment is I have virtually no heartburn with the discretion that's given to the zoning officer. In fact, I think, that has to happen. It has to happen everywhere. We do it everywhere. Without that, the whole house of cards starts to come down. I do understand what Carla is saying, but the way I see it is, we have those design criteria, we put them in there, and it gives the zoning officer parameters, or a starting point, or whatever. And maybe I'm looking at it too simply, but I believe without that discretion in there, the process becomes counterproductive. If you try to lock everything down, I believe that's far more counterproductive in this environment than the discretion we currently give to the zoning officer, not only in this, but in all areas of township business. That's it, Rich.
Great, thanks, Eric. Paul?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up comment on this. I mean, I appreciate Carla bringing up the integration of the design manual into the ordinance, because that isn't entirely clear, and you can overlook that, right? So I think just making those things closer together is what you were getting at. You know, I just think tightening it up, and I do agree that there has to be some discretion. We give staff discretion in a lot of ways, and it serves us well in most cases. I think if we try and cover for everything, we might make a mistake that we would later regret. But I do think it is important to strengthen that linkage between the design manual and the ordinance.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
To that point, the other thing that gives me comfort on the latitude is that we have recourse. You know, the zoning hearing board is our recourse. We've used that on occasion and everything, so.
You may recall, I'm sorry, but you may recall, we actually challenged
Yes.
our own decision
Yes,
to the zoning hearing board.
we did. Yeah.
So,
That's why I said.
I remember.
Oh,
We were,
yes.
the majority of us were here for that one, yeah. Ed, anything from the planning commission that, from what you've heard here, if you would share at the mic, please?
No, everything you guys went over, we did.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Bazan, you know, out of respect for all your work and everything like that, you've heard where we're headed, this is coming back. If you have something that you'd like to share at this point, maybe a Cliff's Notes version of something that's already isn't in our packets and all the links that you provided and everything, like I said, nothing but appreciation and respect for all your hard work. But we do want to afford you the floor for a moment.
This will be a Cliff's Notes, and I'm not going to repeat what I've already sent to you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, my name is Gene Bazan. With me is my wife, Tanya Slowecki. Tanya has her PhD in materials science and works as a research scientist at Penn State in a microwave laboratory. My backgrounds are in engineering, economics, and city and regional planning. We have lived on Mary Street in Lamont for the past 30 years. In June of 2017, my wife and I entered a formal complaint against West Penn Power and the Pennsylvania Utilities Commission regarding their mandatory illegal placement of smart meters on our home. At the time, we thought this complaint would be easily handled. That is, we knew it was a failed technology. It had dubious benefits. In the society of consumer choice, we believed we could elect not to have one of these, as Act 29 actually allowed us not to have one. We were wrong. Fast forward to December 7th of this past year, when the lead smart meter case for smart meters was finally heard by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. What we had not understood was the corrupt relationship among the utilities, the legislature, and the PUC. A similar pattern governs the rollout of wireless communication facilities. The telecoms are much more powerful than mere electric utilities. There's much more money at stake. The harms are much greater, and the benefits pale before far superior alternatives. We can get no relief from regulatory agencies, as these are captured by the very corporations they are supposed to regulate. Consumer mandates now take precedence over consumer choice. Had we not submitted our formal complaint regarding smart meters, now it's not 5 years ago, we would not have understood all this about wireless technologies, and we would not be here tonight. So where do we go from here? We have to start with the recognition that what we are facing in the rollout of wireless technologies is a public health crisis. What happened in Conshohocken, described in your packet, mirrors what has already happened across the country. New York, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Chicago, places like Conshohocken. Across the country, people are being harmed. Municipalities are uniquely positioned under the delegation of zoning powers to do something about this crisis. That's because it is the sworn obligation, duty, and job of local officials and their staffs, in this case, each of you, to promote the health, safety, and welfare of residents. On its surface, Act 50 seems to prevent you from doing this. However, Act 50 was so hastily and deceptively written that it overlooks the U.S. and Pennsylvania constitutions. It disregards federal law and federal court decisions and overlooks state utility law. You can use this sloppiness to your advantage. In addition, Act 50 was rushed through both houses of the Pennsylvania legislature in 9 days, with no public input allowed, but telecom input invited. In short, the passage of Act 50 violated the Pennsylvania Sunshine Law. Here are 4 big holes in Act 50 we can drive our township trucks through. Hole number 1, the reservation clause of the federal and state constitutions. In our federal constitution, the 10th Amendment, which is one of our Bill of Rights, says that power is not delegated to the U.S. by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively and or to the people. You will find similar language in Article 1, Section 25 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, reservation of powers in people. Practically what this means is that if something is not prohibited, then it is left to the states, or in turn, to the people to handle on their own. Let us apply this principle to the township's duty to promote the health of its residents. Act 50 does not contain the word health any place in its ordinance, except in the irrelevant instance in naming OSHA, the Occupational Health and Safety Administration. Otherwise, the word does not appear. By not saying anything about health, authority devolves to our township to protect our health. Hole number 2, Title I versus Title II of the Telecommunications Act of 1996. The TCA distinguishes between Title I, which covers information services, and Title II, which covers voice communication. Act 50 uses only the language of telecommunications services throughout. This is Title II, voice communication, which is regulated by the FCC. Title I, information services, is not regulated by the feds. What Act 50 attempts to do is to conflate Title I with Title II. It is to let Title I, information services, slide under the legal door by hanging on to the coattails of Title II, voice. This is fraudulent. Since Act 50 does not treat information services, which is under Title I, their regulation is left totally to the people and our municipalities. In the fall of 2018, the FCC came up with a new order, 18-133, interpreting the TCA in a different way. In this 2018 order, moratoria imposed by state or local governments and the shot clocks applied to DAS, distributed antenna systems, and small cell deployments, so long as they are or will be used to provide personal wireless services, which is defined to be voice communication, a Title II service. In other words, no shot clock will run if it's not voice communication. This is another reason to distinguish Title I from Title II in your permit application procedure. We note 3 deficiencies in the FCC's position of 2018. First, environmental effects are not health effects. And protecting the health, safety, and welfare of residents is a totally local prerogative. Second, exposure limits, which are inadequate anyway, apply only to personal wireless service facilities, that is, voice communication, not the internet or broadband, which is Title I, unregulated by the FCC, but regulatable under the purview of municipalities. Since Act 50 also uses the language of Title II, it too must defer to municipalities regarding internet broadband. The third deficiency arises from the August 13, 2021 decision in Environmental Health Trust versus FCC in the Federal District Court of Washington, D.C. The court overturned the reliance by the FCC and in turn the FDA on its exposure limits, which the court said did not undertake a reasoned examination of the effects of RF radiation on humans. Now, how to make this distinction between Title I and Title II stick locally? Answer. First, we must have two permit applications. One for Title I, which you have control over, and one for Title II, which is regulated by the FCC. Second, require that everything for these permits be submitted by a named principal officer of the applicant and be done under oath and penalty of perjury. Telecoms will attempt to apply only for Title II, which is voice, which is regulated by the FCC and covered by Act 50. However, they know, and now you know, that this is a ruse. They really want to transmit 5G for information services. Are you aware of any gaps in service or capacity deficiencies in this area of voice communication? Is voice service well met within our township? Therefore, create your applications for permits around the items in the table in topic 3 of our January 30th note, which you have in your packet. Hole number 3 in Act 50, operation. Section 332, small c 7 of the TCA of 1996 is titled Preservation of Local Zoning Authority. The opening section A, general authority, recognizes the following. This is a quote. Except as provided in this paragraph, nothing in this chapter shall limit or affect the authority of a state or local government or instrumentality thereof over decisions regarding the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities. Remember, personal wireless facilities are for voice communication. Our ordinance should be purposed to regulate all the activities that the U.S. Congress left in the hands of local officials. It is placement, construction, modification. Act 50 also delegates this authority to municipalities. Notice, this general authority does not mention operation. Without knowing the operating characteristics of these wireless facilities, it is impossible to decide where these are to be placed to promote the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. Since Act 50 does not mention health, it is left to the township to decide how we use placement to protect and promote health. For specific remedies, see the table in topic 3 in your packet. Contrary to the rumors that runs otherwise, local officials do have wide-reaching legal authorities over these facilities, including the capacity to require need tests by which claims of a significant gap in coverage and capacity deficiency can be proven or disproven. Hole number 4. Act 50 has a fourth big hole: safe and reasonable service. We turn next to Title 66 PA Public Utilities Code, Chapter 15, Section 1501, a very famous section of the PA Utilities Code. Section 1501 figured prominently in many of the smart meter cases before the PUC. Later before the Commonwealth Court on October 8, 2020, and in a case called Polbach et al. Versus PUC, and now before the PA Supreme Court, which heard this case on appeal on December 7th of this past year. Section 1501 opens with the requirement that, and I quote, every public utility shall furnish and maintain adequate, efficient, safe, and reasonable service and facilities. The telecoms are public utilities. They are regulated in PA by the Pennsylvania Utilities Commission. The August 13, 2021 ruling in Environmental Health Trust versus FCC determined that these services based on RF microwave emanating facilities are not safe. The court agreed and remanded this matter back to the FCC with the order to review all the scientific evidence, of which there are 27 volumes, which, by the way, you have in your packet, with a view to reconsidering their outdated emission limits based on getting a skin burn. These wireless communication facilities aren't efficient either when compared to the cheaper, higher capacity broadband services supplied through fiber optic cable or cable as provided by, say, Comcast locally. Act 50's use of the term safe is akin to the FCC's use of emission limits that cause a burn on your skin. Act 50 uses safe to mean towers not falling on you and knocking you out. Gee, when was the last time we heard of anybody being hit by a falling telephone pole? This is trivializing a really significant harm. It's insulting to our intelligence. So how then do we push ahead? It seems to me there are two main tasks. First, improving the present draft and the accompanying permit application form. How do we do this? First, answer the 14 questions we identified in topic 2 of your present January 30th note. 14 questions all lined up in a row. Second, incorporate in the present draft the 17 correctives culled from better ordinances in the table in topic 3 of our January 30th note in your packet. The second main task is mobilizing our residents behind the improved draft and permit application.
I think the battery died.
How to do this? I'm sorry?
I think your battery died.
Okay, well, I'll just talk louder. Am I foregoing this being recorded?
He's right, he's coming right at you.
Okay.
Oh, good,
Okay.
thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, man.
Okay, so the second main task is mobilizing our residents behind the improved draft and permit application. How do we do this? Start by holding special meetings on Act 50 and your wireless ordinance. Effective local governance depends on an informed and involved public. You want to move proactively before the towers go up. Just yesterday, on February 2nd, the Board of Health of the city of Pittsfield, Massachusetts, a city of 40,000 people, at a public meeting full of residents complaining of harms, unanimously agreed to send Verizon a cease and desist order to remove a cell tower on a local neighborhood street. Board members acknowledged that this action is a long shot and will be expensive to the city if it has to go to court. But they said they felt it was their duty to do everything they could to protect the health of residents. As you can see from the Pittsfield example, once these towers, small cells, and other antennas are up, they're very hard to take down. You were proactive 6 years ago when, under pressure from local residents, you denied Verizon a permit to erect a cell tower on Cortland Drive in Lamont. After 2 years in litigation, though you lost, Verizon abandoned its permit and never built the tower. Telecoms do not like appearing in court before a jury. They know how this plays out. If you are sued, the worst that will happen is that you have to give the applicant its permit. Your solicitor will have to drive to a federal district court to present your case. The courts have ruled that you are not liable for the legal expenses of the telecoms. So I ask you, in the Cellco Verizon case was 6 years ago, did you pay any fines or legal costs of Verizon Cellco? No, of course not. The usual outcome in the federal court is that the judges defer to the township's local rights to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens. The recent rulings by the federal court against the FCC also work in our favor. This isn't just a fight, but a battle against telecoms. Verizon, AT&T, and other wireless providers are in their own battle with cable providers like Comcast and those installing fiber optic cable. This is their battle for market share, and we residents are collateral damage. So here's what we have on our side. The 4 big holes in Act 50. The August 13, 2021 Federal District Court decision ordering the FCC to look again at the evidence on RF electromagnetic microwave radiation harms. Third, resident and township leaders who defeated Verizon in the past. I close with 5 questions. What are you going to do about this? How will you go about this? By when? Are you ready for battle? Do you need help? If the answer to the last question, needing help, is yes, you're looking at 2 lieutenants. Thank you. I'll take any questions?
Questions for
comments?
Mr. Bazan?
Yes.
Yes, Carla, please.
I just wanted to make a, I don't have answers to your 17 questions, but I remember one of them being about the definition of wireless communications facilities in the ordinance. And I wanted to tell you that in the chapter 200, wireless wherever all the list of definitions for zoning, our wireless communications facilities is in there. So it's not something that's being deleted or added in this ordinance, so you didn't see it in the packet, but it is already in the existing zoning from our 2016.
Our previous work, yeah.
Yeah.
How about the 13 other questions?
You brought, sorry, yeah, I know. I'm doing my best. But I did research that one. And then there is a need test in this ordinance. Didn't jot down where exactly it is, but I did see it as I was rolling through. A needs requirement, you said?
Yeah, that came out of our previous work because Verizon was making statements but had nothing to document the.
Right, and I think it's common, it might not be common practice, but it is in here. Sorry that I can't point you to it exactly, but.
Well, I couldn't find it explicitly, so, you know.
Well, we gave you homework now.
Okay, well, I mean, the 2 specific things are, it's a coverage gap and capacity.
Sure.
So those are the 2 main tests for need.
Right, so I just wanted to respond to that, and then when it comes to, like I said, when it comes to whether or not you agree with the FCC is not really for me to say, it's what I have to use, but we have it covered in lines 133 to 143, and also in the design manual in line 911.
I'm sorry, what do you have covered there?
The safety of the emissions.
How is it covered?
Well, I'm not going to speak to that right this second, but we do say that it has.
Look, I'm not asking you or any of you here to answer these questions tonight. I would like to find out how we get answers to those questions and by when. I mean, for example, doing some simple math, I couldn't figure out in the narrow streets of Lamont and the small properties in Lamont, I couldn't figure out how it was possible to put any small cell using that 110% height requirement. So my question to you is, okay, in the community of Greater Lamont, which I defined for you, what's the build out of small cells in Greater Lamont? That is, how many could a telecom squeeze in there?
And I think that's a fair question.
Well, that would really get the attention of our local residents. So how can you proceed ahead without knowing that straightforward answer? Because that tells us the probability that one of those will end up on our front yard. Second, if you do the math on that 110% thing, the only place where a tower could go would be across the street from where they wanted to put it. I mean, I did the math, and so please correct my math. It's there in your packet. In other words, it looks like the ordinance, as it's now stated, protects us from any small cells in Greater Lamont. So I'm saying that my math must be wrong, but I did the math, and I'm just reading the text of the ordinance. And by the way, the ordinance has to be written in plain English so ordinary folks can understand it. And if I can't figure this out myself, well, how are my fellow residents going to figure this out? And related to this point of where these small cells go, which is in the right-of-way, I raised the point that in Act 50, right-of-way includes utility easements, not just what you might call the easement next to the cartway. So that means, for example, that they could put this on the water line easement to my front door, to the electricity easement to my utility meter. They could put it on the other interior corner of my house, of our property, where the water line, the trunk line goes from the wells to the storage facility on Mount Nittany Road. That's a utility easement. These questions haven't been answered, they haven't been addressed. So anyway, these are concrete, almost mechanical questions.
They are, Mr. Bizon, and I'm going to wrap this up. We have other items that we have to finish, but greatly appreciate you and Ms. Lewicki's input on this. We would ask staff, I believe we would ask staff to review the comments that have been made here and see, in general, my belief is where we have latitude, we have exercised it. The other reality for us is that we have to rely on some subject matter experts as best we can. And in this case, there are Cohen, some of our engineers, all the data that you've presented and everything like that. This is not my day job that I could digest and know, but some of the questions that you've asked are just as you said about the ordinance, plain language English. If we can't answer them, we need to figure out why. So I appreciate that you brought this forward. It will be coming back again when it's ready again, and then we'll
There's
go from
clearly additional work to do, in addition to some of the follow-up questions that were asked by members of council. I think you have a number of legitimate questions that I think we may be able to answer, either internally or in working with the outside counsel. I don't know that we'll be able to answer them all, but I do believe that we'll be able to answer a number of the ones that you have raised here this evening.
Okay, so before I leave the lectern, I think my wife has a little 2-minute talk she would like to, comment she would like to make.
Okay, please step up. Paul, you had something?
I just had a very quick question, and you do not have to answer it this evening. You mentioned several times in the packet you've provided us references to federal court cases that are working their way through the courts. Are you aware of any cases in state court, Commonwealth court, that are being pursued specifically in reference to Act 50?
No. What I am aware is that members of our extended group have tried to bring the question of repealing Act 50 before their legislators. And since the passage of Act 50 was almost overwhelming, there were only 3 folks who voted against it. The attorneys that we spoke with said this is going to be very hard to do, to get a repeal of Act 50.
Yeah.
The simple fact is that in rushing this through in 9 days, they violated the Pennsylvania Sunshine Law.
And again, I wasn't trying to,
Yeah,
I was just curious, just a very specific
I'm
question,
not aware
if
of
there were
any
any
cases.
lawsuits that were pending.
I'm not
So,
aware of any cases so far.
thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Okay.
Quite sensitive to the fact that the clock is ticking here, so I'll try to be quick. For the record, my name is Tanya Slowecki. I've lived in Lamont at 244 Mary Street for over 30 years with my husband, Gene Bazan. In your packet of information is a write-up that I prepared on a cell tower that went up in Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, after the residents had earlier been able to prevent it. While the legislators who voted for Act 50 claimed it provided generous local control over the placement of antennas, the Conshohocken case shows how it impacted the opposite. The result is that people are being harmed, and I'm documenting this in real time through health surveys, melatonin testing, and having the residents keep track of the power density emissions they are experiencing in their homes. We are somewhat handicapped because we have to use microwave radiation survey meters that have limited capabilities, but it is the best that we can do. The meter I have here, which is a Gigahertz Solutions HF38B, is a very good German-made microwave meter that gives power density readings for frequencies up to 3 gigahertz. The frequency response of instruments like these trails off at higher frequencies or things beyond its normal capabilities, so you don't get an actual sense of the background radiation you're getting at these higher frequencies. The new small cells that are going in are going to be able to broadcast at even higher frequencies. On antennasearch.com, we find lots of antennas within a 3-mile radius of our home that are ranging in frequencies from 2.1 gigahertz up to 22.4 gigahertz and poised to begin transmitting. This is going to greatly increase our background microwave radiation level so that any additional local small cells are going to be on top of that. We need to seriously consider how these radiation levels will be measured to ensure public health and safety, especially since we cannot rely on the FCC's antiquated safety guidelines, which have been shown in court to have no merit. And I point out also that the telecoms, if you have an engineer who's certifying their particular antenna, if it's a particular frequency, they'll certify it for that frequency range. It may not be including all the other frequencies that are contributing to that background. So the harm from microwave radiation, you have to understand, is insidious. You don't know it's harming you until the harm has occurred, as which happened with my hearing loss. At levels below the point at which you'll feel a burn, it's not fast acting like X-rays. I use microwaves in my research at Penn State to fabricate new materials. Well before a material is heated by microwaves, what is happening is that the microwaves are altering charge states in the materials. That's what it's doing to the materials in our body, changing the charge states of, say, iron in our blood, which results in sludgy blood and clotting. Even at much higher frequencies, where the microwaves only penetrate maybe about an inch into the skin, well, look at your wrist. That's where your blood vessels are, right below the skin surface. There are also nerves all over your skin, and we know that microwaves inappropriately activate voltage-gated calcium channels that are found in nerve tissue. The inappropriate release of calcium ions with a +2 charge by chronic microwave exposure causes oxidative stress and can cause DNA breakages and will have adverse effects and repercussions on our health. It may take time, but we're sitting ducks in this field the longer we're in it, and we already have quite a microwave soup around us. In Chicago, where the C-band has just been activated, people are reporting that their eyes are burning and they're getting severe tinnitus, the ringing in the ears. They're discovering their cats won't go outside anymore. The cats seem to be more sensitive to the elevated background levels in the microwave radiation. And as you know, the C-band activation made the news because the airline industry knows it interferes with their altimetry equipment. So, for perspective, even during the heyday of big tobacco, we had the sense to create no smoking accommodations for people. Microwaves are the new pollutant that, like smoking, kills us slowly and silently. We need to take measures now to protect ourselves and our communities. I appreciate what you're up against with Act 50 and this ordinance. I think we're very fortunate to have had a very thorough investigation into our options for improving our ordinance that Jean has done. And I hope our township will take a proactive stance to protect us before we have residents with burning eyes, tinnitus, chronic headaches, and heart issues, among other things. I hope our fellow residents will not have to invest in thousands of dollars for shielding to make our homes habitable and safe, which is what they're doing in Conshohocken. The Wireless Communications Facilities Ordinance we are drafting is a big deal, and I hope the council will mount every effort necessary to make it the best and most protective ordinance possible for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, just make sure that anything to follow, questions or anything? Okay, very good, thank you. Again, thank you for joining us. Thank you for all of your work. Amazing, truly amazing effort. Moving on in our agenda, MB1, Township Capital Financing, Chris Gibbons, Concord Public Finance. Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll kick this off. I think Adam wants to weigh in a little bit on some of the projects, and then Chris is here to Concord, and he has a short presentation. Excuse me, I've had a cough for several weeks here. Really, the council action we're going to be looking for at the end of this agenda item is for our staff for authorization of the agreement that's attached to the memo. That authorization would allow staff and the Concord to work together to secure long-term financing and possibly refinancing of existing debt. And secondly, we would really prefer that council would weigh in on which option they would prefer to, if we go through with this, which option they would prefer that Concord pursues and structures of debt as. And Chris will go through that in his memo. So really, the main purpose behind this agenda item is, first of all, we've identified about $3.2 million of projects, long-term projects, that would be completed over a 3-year period. And we we obviously don't have the financing in place for that. And to do that, we will need financing if we want to do all those projects. And secondly, we have existing variable debt, which could be refinanced to reduce interest rate risk. And I think I did, hopefully I did a decent job in the memo identifying what risk is and how that would come about. And then thirdly, we did build into the budget some debt issuance costs, and also we identified some projects which would be funded with some new debt. So I did prepare a relatively long memo, but I think I wanted to have council have a good background of what a Concord does, what they stand for, how some of the mechanisms they use to secure financing. I just looked back at the history. Since 2003, we've done 5 different issues, and Concord has served as our advisor on each one of those. And we have saved an awful lot of money and done a lot of projects over the years with those different financing. The memo goes over the reasoning for long-term financing. It looked at the existing debt, which is there's 2 outstanding issues, and we also can't forget that we also guarantee some debt that's held at the COG. I also discussed what we budgeted and put in the 2022 budget and the next steps, and there are a number of attachments. The financing time frame, if we go through with this, and it's pretty tight, and Chris will go over that. The summary of past debt issuance, and the listing of the projects. There's also some information from our financial statements which describe the outstanding debt, and then of course a copy of the agreement. So with that, I'll kick it over to Adam, see if he wants to discuss and take the time at this hour to review any of the projects we have identified.
Just very quickly, thanks, Bob. And I appreciate the work that you put into this. I think it's pretty thorough, and it kind of walks you through step by step the task that's at hand. Very quickly, I will just comment on the actual capital project schedule. A number of you will recall we have had conversations about not using current money for long life projects rather than financing kind of as a pay-as-you-go through general fund for longer term, longer life projects. It makes much more sense for us to be utilizing our bonding or borrowing capacity and pay those costs over time. And I think the listing of projects that we have identified here, which total a little over $3.1 million that we're anticipating are going to be coming up over the next 3 years, falls into that category. These are all longer life projects of at least $10,000 in total. And some of that can be a little confusing because some of the expenditures are parsed through several years, but there is a running total on the projects here. And generally, some of these are categorical as well in terms of buildings and grounds type of things. There's a few smaller ones that the collective basically pushes those numbers into the category we're trying to capture over the longer term. There's nothing new under the sun here in terms of these projects. These were gleaned from either the current township budget and or the 5-year capital plan that we had last approved in 2021. And by the way, we'll be undertaking that capital improvement plan for 2022 here in the next several months. That'll be coming back to council. So all of these are planned. They have been vetted. They have been identified as needs. And really at this point, it's a matter of having the ability to finance these projects, to have the money in hand, to be able to move forward with them. So unless there are some very specific questions on the projects, that was all that I intended to cover this evening. And I think unless Bob has anything more, I think it's probably important then to kick it to Chris. But Bob?
If that's correct, I have nothing else to add to this discussion at this point in time. So Chris has a short presentation, and go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Adam. Thank you, council, for the opportunity to speak to you again. It's been a couple of years, so appreciate the opportunity.
Chris, before you get started, Eric, I see your hand. Is there something?
Yeah, well, let me ask Chris if he's going to cover this in the presentation. Bob is asking for input from council on the three options, and I didn't really see anything in the material here that outlined, you know, the pros and cons of the three options or a staff recommendation on which option. Is that something that Chris is going to cover?
Yes.
All right, I'm good then.
Okay.
There is a staff recommendation, in the memo, Eric,
Yeah.
on that first page, or,
Yeah.
sorry, the third page in the memo.
Does the staff recommendation recommend one of the options?
It
Yes.
does.
Okay, my bad, sorry.
Yeah, it's on page 3 of Bob's memo. Chris?
Option 3, 14-year wrap term.
Yep.
Okay, I guess then if Chris is going to cover the difference between the three, if Bob wants us to say, yeah, on 3, I think we need to know what the difference is between 1, 2, and 3.
Sure.
Besides the numbers that are in the memo.
Fire away, Chris.
Okay, well, I think the overall issue here is we all know interest rates are low, and is there any opportunity for the township to take advantage of that? So what the discussion this evening is twofold. One is to look at the possible refinance of the 2014 and 2016 issue, and also the second one is to consider the issuance of new debt for capital projects of approximately $3 million. I think it's also important to note that the township has been judicious in its use of debt. If you think about it, this is the first new money borrowing that the council has decided to consider, at least at this point, just to consider since 2016. That's a considerable amount of time with all the things that have been going on in the township. So with that as background, Jen, I'm going to try to load this first and see what happens here.
Okay, I have it ready if you can't do it.
Okay. There we go. Okay. So my presentation is 4 pages, and here's the first page, so we're down to 3 already. I want to talk about 2 different things. So one is, I mentioned, the refinance of the 2014 bond note, as well as the 2016 note. First of all, the 14 note is variable. It matures in 2029. It's variable right now with an interest rate cap of 4.15%. The original borrowing amount of the 14 was $5.3 million. The amount outstanding is 3.1, so roughly $2.1 million of that original borrowing from 14 has now been paid down. The second loan outstanding on the township's books is the general obligation note series 16. In this case, we still have the township paying a fixed rate of 2.68 through May of 2026. Then it translates back to variable rate with an interest rate cap of 5% until the final maturity of 2035. In this case, the original borrowing was about $2 million, and there's about $1.5 million outstanding. It's also important to note that both those borrowings are prepayable at any time. So with that as background, it would be the goal of the financing would not be so much as an interest rate savings, since in this case, the first loan, the 14 loan, actually is variable right now, and you have to pick what you think is savings. But you can use the interest rate cap to actually reduce your interest rate exposure. That's to say, if the current cap, as I have here outlined, is 4.15%, then we can get a cap less than that in the current market. The same thing with the 2016 note. Yes, it has a fixed rate of 2.68 through 2026. That, in fact, we would get a better rate than that. But again, it's not the reason that you do this refinance, because it's not going to provide a significant amount of interest rate savings. It's again about reducing this 5% cap and the 2016 borrowing, and again, the 4.15% cap in the 14 borrowing. So it's important also to note, and my point number 3 here is essentially the idea that Yes, the 14 is variable, has an interest rate cap, and yes, the 16 will eventually become variable. The township still needs to budget as if the variable rate went up to the cap on both loans outstanding. So any type of refinance that we could do that would reduce that interest rate cap would reduce the interest rate exposure of the township to a lower, from the higher interest rate cap to a lower interest rate cap, and also would reduce the budgeted amount the township has to put aside every year for the current debt service outstanding. I'll stop there and make sure everybody's with me so far.
I'm seeing north-south head nods.
So, I'm sorry?
I'm seeing people shaking their heads, yes.
Great, okay, north-south, I'm a little slow now, sorry about that. Okay,
It's not a number.
We all know interest rates are low, so the idea of a capital projects list, you can't borrow for a projects list that for any length greater than 3 years. You can only borrow for what you think you're going to spend in the next 3 years. That's tax law. So the identified projects that both Bob and Adam mentioned are $3 million, and they would have to be completed over the next 3 years. It also makes sense that if you have a possible refinance to, again, not reduce interest costs, but reduce interest rate exposure, that you would do that refinance and this finance together to save on issuance costs, because you only have one borrowing instead of two. So this is the reason why you would consider doing both the refinance and the new money right now. So the next page is what Mr. Bernier was looking for in terms of a comparison of the various financing options. Column 2 represents the existing debt service of both the 2014 and 16 loans. As you can see in column 2, you're at a level payment of about $609,000, and then it decreases to $144,000 to the maturity of 2035. If effectively we are able to get a lower cap on both the refinance of those two loans, the proposed refunding debt service would be column 3, and the difference between column 3 is column 4. So the amount of budget the township would have to budget going forward would be about $41,000 lower in the fiscal years 22 through 29, and then $11,000 lower going forward till the term of that outstanding loan, the 2016. It's also important to note here, the plan of finance put it forth in front of you does not extend the term of either one of these loans. You can see the debt service falls off after 2029, just like the debt service falls off after 2029 in the current debt arrangement that the township has. So that brings us to the right-hand side, option 1, 2, and 3, columns 5, 6, and 7. Option 1 is just like a home mortgage, where you're paying the same amount of principal and interest for the new borrowing of $3 million for the entire 15-year term of loan. And it's also important to note, column 5, 6, and 7 include not just the debt service that would relate to the $3 million, but also the debt service shown here in column 3. So as you can see, if you have level payments on your new borrowing, but your existing borrowing decreases after 2029, you would have the same effect here. The payments would be the same through 2029, and then they would decrease in two different steps. When first of all, the 2016 then pays off down to 2035, and then the remaining 2 years to have a 15-year term. Scrolling down a little bit, you can see in that case that the total debt service cost for both the refinance and the new money borrowing on a 15-year term, just issuing the new debt as a mortgage-style repayment where you're paying principal and interest, the total cost would be about $9.079 million. Column 6 then, which is option 2, is the same thing as option 1, but it's over 20 years. Just like a home mortgage, again, you're paying the same amount of payment for the entire 20-year term, and it does not take into account any decrease in debt service costs of the existing debt. So you can see it's at about $764,000 number through 2029, and it drops to $332, then it drops down to the $199 number. So roughly, the 20-year term fund, $3 million in new money, costs about $200,000 a year. The township has a third option available to it, option 3, column 7, which is the wraparound. The idea is that essentially the new principal of the $3 million would not be repaid until the existing debt service falls off. So if you look at our existing debt service over here in column 3 with the refunding debt service, it drops off in 2029. So essentially that's saying that between now, 2022, and 2029, you wouldn't repay any principal. You would start repaying principal in fiscal year 30, and then continue to repay that principal till it was all repaid through 2036. So as a result, the tax impact and the budgetary impact of this wraparound structure, which by the way has been used by the township in the past, produces a debt service cost going forward that's the same through from starting from 2022 through and including 2035. So I think that the last question that was asked then is, well, show us the costs. Well, first of all, the annual cost difference from option 1 to 2, as you can see, is approximately, if you just go down to fiscal year 36, it's approximately $50,000 more if you go for a 15-year term. But the total cost of interest for that 20-year term actually is greater than the 15-year term because you're repaying the principal at a slower rate. As I mentioned, though, on column 7, option 3, you do delay repayment of principal until the existing debt service starts to fall off in fiscal years 29 and so on. So you do incur additional interest costs because of that delayed principal repayment. And as you can see, it's not as great as the 20-year term, but it is greater than the 15-year term. So it's really a question then of do you want to have a lower overall debt service payment impact of all the debt, 636 in fiscal year 23, compared to 766 for 20-year term and 813 for that option 1 debt service, knowing that you would pay more over the term of this new borrow. I'll stop there for questions because essentially that's the important components here. We would do the refinance to reduce interest rate exposure. We would do the new money because it's a good time to borrow for capital projects. The township has been judicious in its use of debt over the years, and this would be consistent with that pattern. And then just the question is, which option would the township prefer to follow ahead with?
Great, thanks, Chris. Eric, we'll start with you. Did Chris answer your questions through that?
I'm embarrassed to say no. I totally understand and support his first 2 points. I just need the layman's explanation as to why it's better for us to pay $200,000 more in interest. You know, I'm sure there's a good reason. I just need to, is there a simple way to explain?
Yes, there is. Yes. I'm presuming you can see my pointer here?
Yes.
Okay, 2027, the answer is it's a lower budgetary impact. If you went with option 2, your budgetary impact in 2027 would be, for all your debt, would be, that includes refunding and the new money, would be $765,000. The wraparound, where essentially you're postponing repayment principal to the existing debt service falls off, would be $637,000. So, in layman's terms, option 3, from a budgetary standpoint, costs the township about $130,000 less than option 2.
It's a smoothing over the course of the term. Is that correct, Chris?
Yes.
Thanks. Eric?
So Eric, what it does is you're trading lower budgetary costs for higher total interest costs over the term of the loan. The question then always is, well, that means we're still paying more over the term of the loan than other options. Yes, you are. But then it's the question of an equity question, I believe, from a policy standpoint. Would you rather have your budget at a lower cost over time so that current taxpayers and future taxpayers still realize the benefits of the projects? And if you're okay with that, then it is okay to spend a little bit more in interest costs over the term of the loan.
Okay, I gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So at this point, we're looking to discuss, debate the merits of option 1, 2, or 3. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Eric, you're on the horn, so let's start with you.
Yeah, I'm okay with 3 if that's the staff recommendation and that's what Chris and Bob thinks works better for us through the process. Because that's what I'm kind of understanding is, yeah, in the end, we pay a little bit more, but it's better year to year to year to year.
Could you put that back up a little, or back up again?
Yep, hold on.
Yeah, the other thing too, I think we need to keep in mind is that, looking at, and one of the reasons why we keep the debt history in there is to see how often we go through the refinance and the money process. And, quite honestly, by the time we get down here, down to say 2028 or so, we'll most likely be in a position again where we'll be looking at, it'll be a new market, it'll be new projects. And, we in all likelihood will not get to the end of the term.
Okay, then I think if you'd have led with that, I'd fine.
Yeah, that's,
To me, that cinches the deal right
Kinda what I
there.
was thinking.
So you
Great.
got me.
Great, thanks, Eric. Paul?
Yeah, just, I want to confirm that the issuance costs and the new debt service totals that we're looking for FY '22 are in our existing budget, that we sort of anticipated this in our budget, and I want that to be clear. This is not that we're spending more than we anticipated. This
Yeah.
is within the parameters that we had talked about a couple of months ago.
that's correct. And I know that Bob probably has the figures right there, but I know that we had it, actually within the 2022 budget, we actually included approximately $55,000 for debt issuance, and I believe that we have
That's what I remember.
an appropriate number to capture the additional debt service of the new money.
I just wanted to confirm, I remembered around 50,000. So the other question that I had was, like our existing issuance, is there a lack of any prepayment penalty in the new issuance as well? And the reason I ask this is because we may be able to fund some of those $3 million in projects through other means, whether that's, federal infrastructure funds or grant funds or whatever. So I would say that is always preferable as a financing mechanism than having our taxpayers foot the bill no matter the interest rate. So I just want to confirm that there's no prepayment penalty or that would not handicap us.
Chris, that's for
Chris.
you.
That would be the goal if it was a bank loan financing. Bob's memo outlines that we would look at both bank loan and bond issue financing. And honestly, that's one of the reasons why you may not want to do a bond issue and just stick with the bank loans that have been successful with the township. But we will get there. Essentially, we'll go through an RFP process, look at bank loans, compare what's in the bond market, and the bank loan term sheet that is written would essentially ask the banks to provide proposals that were prepayable at any time. So yes, and in addition to that, what we also include in our term sheet is an opportunity for the township to draw this money down over 3 years. So effectively, the $3 million becomes a line of credit for the township where you're only going to pay interest on the $3 million that you've drawn down at that point.
Right, I understood that part. Yes, I get all that, and I do trust our in-house team. They do a great job working with you too. It's just an important consideration for me that we have some flexibility given a very dynamic situation at the macroeconomic level. So that was all I had.
You're planning on Rolling Stones at Beaver Stadium. I can tell. I can tell. Carla?
Aren't we all?
Garth Brooks.
No, I appreciate the questions that have been asked, and I appreciated the presentation. We've been through this before. It looks,
Similar.
yeah. So, I'm good.
Good. Dustin?
Yeah, so the only question I had is, so historically, just to give me some context, right? So last time we refinanced was 2016, right, from what I saw. So we're probably expecting then to refinance again on what year, is what we're saying,
I think Bob used as an example
after this year?
2028-ish, but again, I think it's all gonna be dependent upon any number of things. Paul mentioned some reasons why we may not need to seek additional financing for perhaps a longer period of time, and just the dynamics of township operations. We never really know what we might end up facing, but consistent with our past practice. And I think, Chris, you do enough of these. I think that when you say that we've been very judicious, you probably know of some places that are seeking financing kind of on a perpetual basis. In some respects, we tend not to do that. We tend to aggregate a volume of projects, go out at a prudent time, and so we do try to space those out. So 2028-ish.
Yeah,
plus or
and
minus.
the taking advantage of the market is something, that we do. We kind of sit tight and wait.
Okay, I don't have any questions.
Good. Yeah, Chris, I feel like I've done this with you once or twice. So philosophically, I was on council when the manager put forward the concept of doing long-term things with long-term dollars, and it rings true to me. I do like how we do business in that we consolidate, we don't willy-nilly, we don't onesie-twosies, we put it together, we put our thoughts together. On the drawdown has been phenomenal. We just completed the final draw on that loan and everything, so that process has worked as well and everything. And there's certainly arguments, you want to save every dollar anytime you can, but sometime, you're basically looking at $14,000 a year to accomplish the smoothing. And then the other part, if we get the no prepays, we can make that $200,000 or $195,000 go away real quick. If we do that, and I know staff will prod us in the direction needed to. So I personally am in support of the staff recommendation.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I believe there is a proposed motion in the memo.
Well,
What we're looking for is
an authorization via the agreement.
That's correct, oh gosh. Help me out, Bob, what are we executing?
No, I got it. Staff requests I got it. Staff requests the authorization of the attached agreement with CPF. Authorization of this agreement will enable staff and CPF to move forward with securing long-term financing to provide funding for a variety of capital projects planned for the benefit of today and tomorrow's residents. And second, that staff requests council's thoughts on proceeding with option 3, a 14-year wrap term.
So moved.
So we're authorizing staff to execute the agreement with CPF and recommending and supporting the staff recommendation of option 3. I have a motion.
Second.
I have multiple seconds. Take your pick, Jen. Any further discussion? Anybody?
Thank you, Chris and Bob, for your patience with me.
Anybody Jen, help me. Anybody on remote that is asking a question? I see Chris's presentation, not. Oh, please.
No hands raised, I don't see any.
Thanks, Jen.
The only question I have is, what proposed cap rate are you using in your
proposed, sorry. A proposed cap of 3.95%. I actually think we're going to get better than that, but I'm trying to be conservative before I put out the RFP.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Excellent. MB2.
Thank you very much.
Chris, thank you so much. Thanks for hanging in with us. Hey, I hope you feel more educated on wireless communication facilities.
I didn't know there was that much.
It's pretty scary how much there is on that.
Yeah, yes, there is. Yes.
So, thank you. Have a good night, sir.
Okay, good night.
MB2, LTAC recommendation, request for engineering funds. Mr. Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I get into my memo and some of the other things in it, maybe I'm going to step back and do a 30,000-foot view for Dustin as to why we have this on the agenda tonight. Back last summer, we received a petition from the residents of Center Hill Village asking that we look at perhaps doing some traffic calming measures in their neighborhood. And the reason for that was over the last few years, Giant has moved from our side of town, so to speak, to the other side. Kentucky Fried Chicken's opened, but they've seen increased traffic, and we were aware of that. So council received the petition and activated the, well, actually before that, we did some traffic studies ourselves, and we found that through our traffic engineer, we did traffic counts, and we actually were able to find out the number of bypass trips. How many people are just using that as a way to get from A to B? They don't actually live there. And what Trans, our traffic engineer, determined was actually in one direction, up to 67% of the traffic that goes through the village is cut through. And there was something less on the other side. I don't have all that information with me, but we have a traffic calming guidelines for the township. And the traffic counts, and more importantly, the bypass counts, triggered the fact that we would look at a traffic calming measure. So the council activated our local traffic advisory committee to investigate what kind of traffic calming could we do. The traffic counts showed that it was warranted, so LTAC was activated here late in the fall, and LTAC got together, and one of the things we did is form a committee called the Neighborhood Traffic Calming Committee. And what their job was to do was, and it was only residents of the Center Hills Village on this committee, they did a questionnaire, a survey, to 141 out. I guess I'll get right into the memo now. They sent out a questionnaire. It involved 141 residents, which within the area we designated as the Center Hill Village. And in that questionnaire, they asked for what traffic calming measures would you be in favor of, and they listed several traffic calming measures. They received 94% of the questionnaires were returned, that's 67%, and of that, 63 recommended closure of Squirrel Drive with only emergency vehicle access as the option they wanted to do. 63% of the questionnaires included, okay, sorry, I said that already. There was also other measures. The second most favorite was pinch points and speed humps along the way. Pinch points are where you just narrow up your road and it sort of slows you down a bit, and of course speed humps slows it down. So their recommendation to the LTAC was that we look at the closure of Squirrel Drive. There was quite a bit of discussion on that. We actually had Sean Kaufman, the emergency services representative, give his thoughts on such a closure, and one of the things he pointed out is that type of a closure will slow down response time. And he said that's something you have to consider quite carefully. Right now, if you are in the Center Hills Village, below us is the Alpha Fire Company. They go up Squirrel Drive. Lifelink is off of Puddintown Road. They would go up Squirrel Drive. If we were to close Squirrel Drive, I guess if there's an emergency vehicle access, theoretically they'll still get through. But he said that in other incidents, other areas in the center region where they have these emergency accesses, they have difficulty, especially with the big fire trucks. Now, there were several residents there that spoke in favor of it, so we heard from a lot of different people. The committee, and Don Hartzell, if you want to ever pipe in at this, you can, but the committee wasn't ready to make a recommendation. Basically, the procedure is the neighborhood committee goes to LTAC with their recommendation. LTAC is to consider that recommendation, and we can either at that time vote to approve the recommendation and send it to council, or vote to deny it and say come up with something else, or vote to say, okay, let's try something a little different, tweak it a bit. And at the time of this meeting, the LTAC committee was not prepared to make a recommendation in favor or to deny it. So at that time, the motion was made that, well, maybe we'll have our traffic engineer do a study to see what would it look like if you did that. It wouldn't be any detailed engineering, but it would be a sketch plan, like here's, if you were to do it, this is what it would look like. We have to be very careful that if we close Squirrel Drive, obviously we now have a big development going in there, so the traffic would have to be maintained through the two entrances to that development. So there's some things that have to be considered. There's steep slopes. It's going to be a difficult task to close the road. So we contacted Trans. They came back with a engineering proposal to do a sketch, and along with that would be a cost estimate. And their proposal would be to do that work was $3,979. So LTAC is requesting that you consider that proposal, and from that, from the findings of that, we would maybe have a better recommendation as far as whether we are in favor or not. As I said, the emergency services people have concerns with closing a road.
Just one additional comment or amplification. I just wanted to be clear that the recommendation from LTAC is to only study the potential closure and get the engineering input as to what the potential closure would entail.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Hartzell, since you're kind enough to join us, any thoughts you'd like to share at this point? Still muted, sir. There you go.
I'm not sure how much I could add to it. I know if we close it, one of the big concerns is you've got to have a cul-de-sac, a turnaround area, and I think that needs to be something like about 140 square foot or 140 foot diameter turnaround, which means that it would involve some land acquisition by whatever means. That's part of what needs to be done. I think the reason we didn't go, and Carla can jump in on this too, the reason we didn't go back and try and look at different plans at the time is the neighborhood committee was very vocal and very adamant that this is our main recommendation. This is what the most of the people, residents, wanted, and we think you need to give it a fair shot before you just shoot it down. And that fair shot involves spending some money to do an engineer study of what's involved so that we would have a cost in addition to, when we go back and look at it, in addition to looking at what effect it's going to have on police, fire, EMS, school, and other factors there. So we as an LTAC voted to to come to council asking for the money to follow it up. I think the neighborhood association wasn't really interested in anything less than that. Carla, you add anything to that?
Right. Thanks, Don. Thanks, Don. We'll go to our council rep to the LTAC now. Carla, if you would share your thoughts, please.
There's nothing to add this
Okay,
time.
that's fine too. That's
Very
fine
well.
too.
I just really, I guess I just ask that when you look at these numbers, you look at them carefully. And when you look at the survey, you read it carefully. I do believe there's some misinformation on there. And I would also like to point out that the neighborhood committee was not in full agreement with itself, though there were some very loud, well, not loud, but, vocal proponents of the closing of Squirrel. And there were some quieter opponents of the closing of Squirrel. So I think all that aside, council should weigh carefully when they decide whether or not to put money into this study, if this is really something council is interested in moving forward with. Because a lot of time, as pointed out to LTAC staff and myself, a lot of time has already been put in by the neighborhood committee into this idea of closing Squirrel. And moving forward with a study to look at it is more time of not moving forward with other options. So I don't really want to speak to the benefits or the drawbacks of closing Squirrel before hearing your opinions.
Great. Dustin?
I just had a few questions
Sure.
before we start
Please.
some more discussion. So ultimately, if we were going to close a township roadway, that would be us, right? Council voting on that, right? Correct? Okay. Secondly, I want to know how many residents, in comparison to all the residents of the township, live in the Center Hills area.
We know that we have 144 property owners there, so roughly, it would just be a guesstimate, but 2.23 persons per household, etc.
So even if we took the property owner percentage, what percent of the township properties does Center Hills represent?
Yeah, that I don't have off the
I don't
top
know,
of
what
my
would you
head.
say, like an average of 400 people?
Yeah, I was going to
Out
say,
of
easy
10.
numbers, 500
Yeah.
versus 10,000.
How many households do we have? There's 140.
141, that's why I just rounded up to,
Right,
easy
that's a
numbers.
conservative estimate,
Yeah,
yeah.
or actually probably
Okay,
generous.
so if I may, if I could start
Yep.
the discussion and make
Please.
some points on that, right? So, and I asked this to Don and those that have been involved. We seem to have weighed heavily on the Center Hills opinions, right? And as you've aptly pointed out, have we talked or put surveys out to anyone else? Because this closure of a throughway, a passage from one side of town to the other, not only affects them, but affects many other people. Think about this, right? A consistent throughway to that side of town that has forever been there has been through Lamont, right? Out Branch Road and out. If we close Squirrel Drive, that's now getting more, aren't we perhaps just shoveling that over to another throughway? That traffic's not going anywhere.
It's not going away.
It's
Yeah.
not going away, it's just going to find another route of which to get to that side of town. So that's just one point I'd like us to consider, right? So we might have that higher percentage going through there. Secondly, I'd like us to consider is, okay, we have those residents that live there now. We aptly point out that how many more residents are going to be moving in on that side hill on Squirrel Drive that probably also should have a say that is very near in the future to what's going on there. I think that's where I'd like us to consider.
Valid points. Any other, are you good? Good
That's
for
it,
now?
yeah.
Great. We'll go online. Eric?
Sure. First, let me say thank you, Don. Thank you, Carla. Thank you, other Don. for the work you've done. I've been party to some of the emails that were circulated after the last meeting. And kudos to you guys for the work you've done and how you've responded to what I deem maybe some unfair criticism that was thrown your way. Like Carla, I'm not going to comment tonight on whether I favor closing Squirrel or not, because I have some genuine concerns about the process so far. We have this process in place, the township's put it in place, we've supported it. We've supported the outcome from these LTAC type evaluations and recommendations every time they've gone through that process. However, this process seems a little bit different. What I'm seeing is that we have a subcommittee here, an NTCC, that seems to be driving the process, at least the survey process, because what I'm understanding is the survey options were drawn up solely by the NTCC. The questions, the distribution, the collection. There didn't seem to be any discussion or input from LTAC in developing the survey. And a little bit more concerning to me is that there didn't seem to be any data either developed by Keller or supplied by the township to go along with the options. For example, you can design a survey to get whatever results you want, depending on how you ask the question. I think the survey to me would have been a little bit more valid had the questions been accompanied with some impact. This option we anticipate would mitigate 80% of the through traffic. This option would mitigate, this percentage. Because the reason I bring that up is I believe that's the way it went with Clover Road. I believe that there was some engineering work done and there were some options developed with some detail provided to them prior to it going to, a vote to the residents. So I'd probably be more comfortable with authorizing the expenditure, even though it's a small amount, if the folks who made the vote had a broader exposure to the impacts of the different options. And so I'll wrap this up by saying, I'm open to the fair shot idea. I would just probably be more comfortable if we were able to pay Keller even more money to investigate the other options so that we were looking at the closing of Squirrel Drive in the context of the impact of the other options. Because we're looking at it kind of in a vacuum right now, assuming it's the silver bullet, and we're not really comparing it to the cost and impact of the other options. So that's my general feeling right now. I'm hard pressed to support spending money on just that option. That doesn't mean I'm not necessarily at this point opposed to closing Squirrel. What I'd really like to see is if we're going to spend some money, let's spend some money to look at all of the options, the impact on all of the options, so that we have more data and a better understanding, as we move forward, into the next step of this. So those are my thoughts.
Great, thank you, Eric. Paul?
Yeah, as you know, I've been very close to this whole thing. So I'd like to refer to the notes because I really want to make sure that I'm being very clear in my approach to this. So, as many of you know, maybe some of you who are watching don't know, I am myself a resident of Center Hills Village. So, throughout this process, I have tried to look at this both as a council member and as a resident homeowner in the Center Hills Village. And let me start by saying, I know probably better than anyone who doesn't live on Oak Ridge, the depth of the importance of this topic, particularly to those neighbors who are my neighbors, who I walk past every day. They walk past my house every day. When I was running for council, I heard this loud and clear. It was the number one thing that people wanted to talk about, in addition to what was going to happen over the hill, which has now been answered. So, and just for Dustin's benefit, not having heard this before, anybody else who might be into this, this is one of the first things I advocated for as a new member of council. I became aware of the LTAC process. I brought it to the neighborhood. So in a very fundamental way, I kind of jump-started this whole process. So with that as a prelude, let me echo and amplify Eric's thanks to Don and staff, you know, our entire team. Don, the members of LTAC, you guys have put in, you know, a tremendous amount of work on this, and I'm appreciative. And I have to thank all of the neighbors who engaged in this process, regardless of what their particular feelings are on this topic, because we're all trying to do the right things by our neighbors. So, with that as context, I have always said, and maybe this is a time to talk about the relative merits of considering this, but let me rephrase, let me start by saying that Eric's point resonated with something that I was looking at, is one component that I would request if we authorize funds is to look at the feasibility of perhaps a more gradual or graduated approach. It seems to me that there may be interim steps that could be considered by council or engineers short of reaching what in effect to me as a resident and as a council member is sort of the nuclear option of closing Squirrel Drive. We have data that show the speed, the volume, all of those factors. We have to take into account what some of those, to echo Eric's comments, what effect would it have to put in a speed hump or chicanes or narrowing or whatever other options there are. Can I also ask a very quick question, and perhaps this is for Don or Adam or staff. I have some real concern about getting to 2/3 approval because the process of LTAC says that whatever we would recommend goes back to the neighborhood for a vote, and they can vote down, and we could end up with nothing if this is the only option. And I want to be very clear about that. If we immediately jumped to a closure and we did not get 2/3, if I'm not mistaken, correct? It is 2/3, and it is not 2/3 of respondents. It is 2/3 of every homeowner. Am I correct in that, or am I wrong?
You were wrong.
Larry was gonna say, let me clarify this, because I see.
I don't know the answer. It should have been phrased more as a question.
You're the tiebreaker.
The number of respondents has to be.
Need a threshold.
There's a threshold of the number of respondents, and I don't
believe
have
it's
that in front of
60.
me. 60,
60.
yes, that's it.
Though I will admit those are the numbers that are in that survey, and I don't know that.
And
I
then
would have to
of
check
the
them against
respondents, it
There has to be a
2/3,
supermajority.
yes.
60.
Okay.
66.66.
So we need to confirm the exact threshold. But I can tell you that if that threshold is met in terms of number of responses received back, there must be a supermajority in favor of that particular option.
Right, 2/3, if I'm not
That's
mistaken,
correct.
right? So I will say,
I can clarify from the
Please.
manual, it's 60% of the properties surveyed have to respond.
Which is 85.
Of that, 66% have to be in favor of it.
thank you for that clarification.
Perfect, thank you, Don.
My concern is that we will get closer to 100% participation if it is on the docket to close Squirrel Drive. I don't know that we haven't gotten most of the people who are in favor of closing already responding. So I worry that we may go through this whole process and end up with nothing at the end. And that's just a very valid concern that I need to go on record as saying.
If I may very
Please.
quickly jump in, it's happened before.
Yeah.
In 2000 with the tragedy on First Avenue, that was the impetus, that was the start of the LTAC process. And again, through the series of give and take with the neighborhood and identifying an approved project, and council finally authorized a particular project to move forward for a vote. The end result of that vote was that they fell far short of the supermajority that was, the 66% of the 60% of respondents able to enact any traffic calming measure on First Avenue. And to this day, there's never been a traffic calming project on First Avenue.
And thank you very much for that clarification, because this is leading up to the point that I want to be very clear on as a resident and as a council member. This is too important an issue to end up at the end with a situation where we don't do anything. That is the worst case scenario for me. Worse than any of the other options is for things to kind of remain the same as they are, because I know how important this is from a public health and safety and welfare standpoint. We really need to do something, and I don't want to end up at the end where we don't have the option to do something. So I've also been extremely clear that one of the big hard stops for me is an impact on emergency services. I'm vitally aware of the importance of that. And, you know, serving as chair of the Public Safety Committee, you know, having relatives in the medical field, specifically in emergency services, it is a huge thing. Now, this is not a scientific study. I understand this. But I wanted to understand, what is the impact of having to go around? So I went from my driveway to where exactly the same spot that I am parked in tonight, and I did it twice. One time I went down Squirrel Drive and got there and then turned around. And it was just a little over 2 minutes. It varied, right? I kind of took out waiting at the light. I included the time for stopping at stop signs, everything else. It was a little over 2 minutes. It was between 2 and 2:15, right, to get there. Then I did the same thing the other way through Lamont. And by the way, I went the speed limit, and I used you know, the dial on my car so that I didn't go faster, because I must admit I often go faster. It's clear to me now. It was a little over. I'll admit that, Mark. Don't tell any of the guys who patrol, but I clearly go faster than the posted speed limit. But I went the posted speed limit because that's what our expectation is. It was a little over 8 minutes every time I did it, no matter how much time I cut out for waiting at the lights and there's more turns and those kind of things. That can be a very significant difference. It can mean the difference between life and death for somebody who in an emergency. And that, to me, is a very hard stop. Please, yes,
Yeah,
Dustin.
Paul, I was just wondering what time of day you did that.
Yeah, you know what? Great point. I did it at the lowest traffic time of day. I did it after rush hour, and I did it mid-morning. So I tried to minimize the amount of time. And by the way, I didn't do one, then a couple hours later do the other. I did the loop and timed it. I can, you know, show you the data. It's not scientific, but it's a personal experience, and it's what I expect. Sure. The last thing that concerns me, having given this a lot of thought, is if we close that, the only in and out is on a road that we as a township do not own or control. Am I not mistaken?
In
that
its entirety.
In its entirety, the entire length of Country Club Road is not a township road. And I will say, as a resident, maybe we ought to look at sightlines there too, because there's a lot of traffic. It's on a curve. There's absolutely no visibility into or out of that curve with the trees. You've got a cemetery on the one side. I mean, it is somewhat difficult to navigate. I'm very concerned about our only access into a township neighborhood being on a road that we don't control. I don't know if there's precedent for that anywhere else. So, I think that's the totality of my comments at this point, but I want to be crystal clear. This is a very serious issue, and I think it's one that we have to deal with. I think we have a responsibility to deal with it, and I think we need to think long and hard about how we go about doing it, because I do not want to go look my neighbors in the eye and basically come empty-handed. So, thank you for your indulgence and your time, but I've given this a fair bit of thought.
Couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Good points.
Hey, I'm going to say it right now. I am so stinking proud of you guys at this point. The comments are just, exactly what's rummaging through my head on this stuff. To Dustin's point, this isn't this isn't just that neighborhood. We understand the impact that the traffic and the cut through is causing that and everything. But the reality is that all of the residents of College Township have contributed to the upkeep of that road, have bought into its accessibility and everything like that. So to just not include them in the thinking of the impacts just doesn't seem appropriate. To Eric's point, yeah, it just feels like the process kind of went asunder a little bit, and everything. To it, I'm gonna look at it, okay, I'm a numbers guy, so, I go in and I see, figures lie and liars figure, those kind of things. But when people throw out percentages, what is the relativity of those and everything? So the return rate, the 67%, is very good for this kind of thing, because there's no real action happening that is tied to it. So the return rate is excellent and everything. 63% of those returned were in favor of closing. Well, if you put that into as a percentage of the residents of Nittany, of Center Hills Village, that's 2.1% of the residents of Center Hills Village. So we're not there in that and stuff, and so that matters. But Paul, you brought it home. My immediate thing is, my goodness, we're going to the nuclear option immediately, and I think the people that live on Branch Road would love to have the nuclear option. I think the people that live on Hauserville or Puddintown Road would love to have the nuclear option and everything. So that was a definite concern, and your follow-up point, your public safety one, absolutely, because every minute matters. That gets drilled into us in all of these public safety environments and everything. And you can't trade the safety of one for the safety of another and everything. And it's a balancing act of all of these duties and responsibilities and priorities and accountability to all of the residents of College Township. And it's a tough task to meet it. And that your final point of, boy, I'd hate to go through all this and then not have something to show for it. That would just be terrible and everything. And so to Eric's point, I agree I'd rather put more money into looking at viable options that we could do with this, because we've always got the nuclear option. And if the study of the nuclear option is part of that, okay, sure. I don't have an issue with that. But as a standalone sole option, yeah, I've got concerns about that.
May I comment?
Yeah,
Just
please.
very
please,
briefly.
Please.
There's one comment that I forgot to make, which is, this is such an important issue. We have invested so much time and effort and energy into this. If what we need is to invest a little bit more money to get harder numbers around this, to Carla's question earlier about, is this worth doing? As a resident and as a council member, I think it is worth carrying the ball forward to get better numbers and better sense of what's feasible. So I apologize, I forgot to add that.
No, that's great.
I got a little,
Yep, no.
you know.
So the question is, okay, where do we go from here?
I think Eric has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Eric, go ahead.
Thanks. Quickly, just to follow up on one of Paul's comments, I didn't want to bring it up, but he brought it up, about limiting the access if we were to close it. Staff needs to check on this, but I believe not only would we limit access to a road that's not a College Township road, but I'm not sure that entirety of that road down to Branch Road even belongs to the borough. At one time, a segment of that road that connects Center Hills Village with Branch Road was a private road. So if that is still the case, that makes limiting access in and out of that through that. Is that true, Don?
I believe that it's all borough. I know they just did work where they went from our township line all the way down to Branch Road, so I don't not believe that there's any private road there.
Eric, I think you were right once upon a time, but I think the borough took action to make it all theirs.
It used to be known as Cemetery Road.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and
That's
it
a
crosses
case-
the golf course.
Yes.
That's a case where being a local oldie doesn't work very well. And just to wrap up here, I think what we're all saying here is, let's not be penny wise and pound foolish. I am certainly not opposed to spending money on Keller to do some work. And, $4,000 is nothing. I'm not opposed at all to spending 3 or 4 times that much.
Let's not get carried away, Eric. Adam's convulsing over here, so be careful on the.
But I'm saying this in the context of what has been said over and over again tonight. This is really important.
Yes.
And I'd hate to see this whole house of cards fall apart again. That's the second time I've used that tonight. On a $4,000 decision. I'd rather see us spend more money and get, with the potential of getting something done, at least, or something that everybody can agree on up there.
Sure,
So,
sure.
That's it.
Adam, go ahead.
A little bit of, the manager's going to talk about process. A little bit about process here. I think the conundrum that we have at the moment is that we have a recommendation from LTAC on a very specific option that they're asking, their only recommendation to this body, to council, is to fund this study to evaluate this particular option, this particular event. We have talked here about the potential for, in Eric's earlier comments or his initial comments, he talked about he might be more comfortable if that evaluation included an expansion to include the results, the impacts of what that would mean. That is not something that LTAC committee has passed on at the moment for your consideration. I don't believe that it's a problem for council to take the initiative to add to the LTAC recommendation, but I do believe it could, and we need to talk about this a little bit, if there was a desire on the part of council to evaluate certain things, I believe the council, beyond what has been recommended to you at this point, whether it's pinch points, bulb outs, whatever it might be, I think council may be going beyond its purview at the risk of undermining the LTAC committee, because LTAC has yet to provide you with that recommendation. So there's a bit of as far as how we move forward, there's a couple of different ways to do it. I just think that you'll want to think and maybe talk about how you want to move forward, given the recommendation that you have in hand. I think it's fine to embellish the recommendation with additional information that you would request from Trans, but I don't think that you could go so far as to evaluate things that have not yet been recommended to you by LTAC.
Right, and I assume that we could send that message by rejecting the request.
Well, yes, you could do that.
Yes.
But I would also recommend that should you do that, or decide to do that, that you should give some pretty specific direction.
Agreed.
Back to the LTAC committee so that they know what their next steps or options ought or should be.
Right. Great. Paul, you had something else?
Yeah, and actually it's an add-on to what you're saying. In a sense, we would be remanding it back to LTAC for further consideration potentially. My other concern in doing that is it may change the dollar amount of the scope of what Trans would be looking at. So I don't think we could move forward without that additional information potentially. So am I correct in that?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, I didn't want to assume that, so I thought we needed to ask that question because the dollar amount will come back more if we increase the scope of what we potentially ask LTAC to consider in a remand back to them.
Right. I think that, again, I believe that you have the ability to give them more of what they asked for, which would only be in the context, though, of evaluating potential closure.
Right.
So because right now, what Trans, and Don, correct me if I'm wrong, but right now what Trans has proposed to do is they're going to provide some engineering drawings, they're going to tell you how much, how big of diameter the turnaround needs to be, what the construction of the passages through.
But private right-of-way would be.
Right, they're going to give you that it all is specific to the closure. What I believe is in your purview right now is if they would do that, and then you could also ask them to, while you're doing that, and as you have designed that, now I want you to tell me what the impacts of that are. I think you could add that to the Trans proposal in terms of this will reduce traffic by 22.7%. This will reduce cut through by X amount. I think you could add that on to the request because it simply is more than what LTAC has asked for at this point. Hearkening back to Eric's, go ahead, Don.
Well, cut-through traffic would be reduced 100%.
Well,
Doesn't cost anything. That's why he makes
duly noted.
Okay, but what I'd also say is if you would remand it back to LTAC and say, what's your second or third option? Because they are still, I think if you read through their thing, they still are talking about if that doesn't reduce traffic enough, then they would be looking at the pinch points or the speed humps. And actually, Eric, at a couple of the meetings before we get to where we are now, Trans actually met with the neighborhood committee and was giving them some ballpark estimates like speed humps reduce speed by 3 miles per hour. I don't know what the numbers are, and they reduce traffic by 15%. So they did have some idea of what these other things would do. But I'm thinking of a remand back to LTAC, and the LTAC would then go back to the neighborhood committee and say, well, we'll still look at this, but what's your second option? Because at one point, at one of the meetings, we had talked about a phased approach, and I thought we were getting to that, where we would say, okay, we're going to look at pinch points and speed humps. So phase one would be two speed humps, yeah, I'm just throwing, I don't
Sure.
remember exactly, but two speed humps on Squirrel, or Shamrock, two speed humps on Oak Point. Then phase two would be a couple of pinch points, or,
Single
the
lane
chicane,
traffic.
I think we sort of rolled chicanes out, but, we increase, and see how that affects traffic. I mean, as Nick said when he was talking about this, the range of how the impacts that these things have is pretty big. So you can't say, this will reduce it 11%. It's anywhere from 5 to 20, something like that.
Every situation.
It's behavior.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dustin? Eric, I got you. Next.
It just resounds with me, sorry, Eric, it resounds with me when Paul's comment is, the closure is the nuclear option. So, and what you're saying too, Don, like that phased approach, why would we look at that first? Why would we not look at the less obtrusive or things that will probably only affect that neighborhood first, right? Versus the rest of the entire, honestly, community. Right, not to mention residents that haven't moved in yet, which, a couple, I can't remember what the density is in that housing, but, et cetera. But, so why wouldn't we just say, we're not gonna fund this study right now, we need you to do some study or fund some study on something that's not the nuclear option at this point, right?
Eric, go ahead.
Don, in that flurry of emails after the LTAC survey, Earl had thrown out the one option of, making Squirrel one way. Was that one of the options, Don or Carla, that was?
I'll let Carla answer that.
I just want to be very clear that this sounds very much like our conversation at LTAC, and we were put down, people. They wanted our motion to be to you, to recommend a study of closing Squirrel, and that was it. They did not want anything else opened up as a possibility. And when I say they, I don't even know who I'm talking about, to be honest. I don't know who is representing whom. And I have to be honest about that.
Sure.
Because when I read this, sorry, Eric, I'll let you finish.
The reason I brought it up was, that was the example I wanted to use, not the one that Adam used for me, was when I was trying to make the case that I think the survey should have included data, impact data. A better example might be, let's say Earl's proposal, said that it would eliminate 80% of the traffic. The nuclear option would have eliminated 100%. Well, maybe some of the residents would have said, well, geez, I'll take 80% with the ability to still go down Squirrel and One Drive. It just gets back to the context of how the options were presented, and my concern that maybe one element of the LTAC, that this recommendation is not the consensus of the LTAC. Maybe it's the majority. I don't know how to explain that. Maybe Don or Carla or Don could better than that.
Let me throw something else in here. No, I don't think we as an LTAC had come to a conclusion. I mean, the neighborhood group was so adamant it was this option that we want to be considered and nothing less for a start, because it had the most votes. But I think the other thing that's interesting that at least two of you on council have thrown out the idea of expanding the survey to more than just the neighborhood. Well, both the Pennsylvania and state and our local College Township handbooks that's not considered in there. It only looks at that neighborhood that's affected. They don't look at what effect it has on the cut-throughs. And I'll go back to Clover Road. I mean, Clover Road was having like 87% of the people were cut-throughs. And when we went out with the survey through, I forget how many properties it was, about 56 properties, something like that. We didn't include all the cut-through people. So, I mean, I think we could certainly do that. I mean, it's guidelines. We can do whatever we want. I would venture to say if you went out and did a survey of the entire township, the nuclear option would die in 5 minutes.
Well, Don, I think the point being, LTAC is to serve all of the residents of College Township. And in this case, it seems like it's subset onto just the neighborhood group. So although, you know, we're not gonna survey all of the residents, you're to represent all of the residents. The LTAC is supposed to represent all the residents, not just those residents, because they have, it's an advisory committee, local traffic, you're providing guidance to them, but in the back of your duties are your duty, you know, the township appointed you to these positions and stuff. So that, I think that's kind of an inherent in the background of all of our duties. You know, none of us work for, you know, Paul's a great example. I mean, who has a more vested interest? He's sitting here representing all of College Township, and total respect for that. So, Eric, did you have anything else? I'm sorry. Okay, good. Paul, go ahead.
When I'm representing everyone in the township, let me just also say that I am not minimizing the importance or impact of this on those
Correct.
residents who are on Oak Ridge Avenue, who are bearing the brunt of a lot of this. And I will go back to what I said before. The worst outcome for me is not closing Squirrel. The worst outcome for me is not impact. The worst outcome is doing nothing, because those folks really need help, and we just got to figure out the best way to do it that helps them in the most effective way we can while serving the entire community.
Yes.
So I just wanted to kind of put that together in a more.
Yep.
Paul,
And I think we're all clear on that.
Paul, could I just say, I don't think if we were to go through the process of only looking at this option and council ultimately, LTAC and council ultimately vote it down, that does not necessarily end the process. I mean, we could then look at other options. In the case of First Avenue, the neighborhood voted down that option and they didn't pursue anything else. But there are other options that could be pursued later.
Thank you for that clarification.
I think a good question you all have before you is that we just go with in fact, I think it was Dustin said, couldn't we look at lesser options first? So you have that to consider.
Okay, I go back to my point. Where do we go from here? I'm sensing, I'm sorry, Ed, go ahead, apologize.
After I read everything that was presented here, the neighborhood committee is asking for $3,900 for this study, just to put in how much it would cost for the engineering to put in the cul-de-sac. My question to you is, that's what they're asking. Do we want to just spend money to figure out the engineering on that cul-de-sac when it doesn't address the problem at all? Because that is closing Squirrel Drive. It doesn't consider anybody else in the township, and that's 5% of our population. And they have one of the biggest cart paths on Oak Ridge, which is a hell of a lot bigger than Hauserville Road or Puddintown Road. So, you know, you're looking at something they're saying, close this, and we want $3,900. And I don't think the township should spend $3,900 on something that doesn't think of any other alternatives.
Okay, thanks, Ed. Okay, so going back to where we started, you know, if I'm reading the room, there's not support for a standalone study of closing Squirrel. Is that correct? So then the question becomes, what's the next step? And I think I heard remand or provide input or feedback to the LTAC, and that can be considered, but as one of graduated, I think is a word Paul used. I think that it seems there is a consensus towards that type of an approach as opposed to immediately to the nuclear option. Go ahead, Paul.
May I say, I'm not trying to express a preference for one solution over another at this point.
Sure, we don't have enough information.
That is my point. I don't want this to be construed as I'm against closing Squirrel Drive.
Yep.
I don't feel like I have enough information to proceed with that, and I'm not willing, we sometimes talk about, how much risk are you willing to I'm not willing to risk not coming up with a solution based on too little information.
Sure.
Thank you.
Eric?
He's muted.
Unmute, when you unmute.
Okay, so if you're looking for a suggestion, how about this? If we're going to do a remand, maybe it's in the context that if the neighborhood wants council to ultimately support a closure of Squirrel Drive, we're going to need, I believe, to go through the exercise of understanding the impact in the context of what the impact would be on the options before we move ahead with the closure. Let's say we did the study for $5,000 or whatever, and it went to the neighborhood and they supported it. I think when it comes back to us, just like Clover Road, we're going to need to have more information than just what we get out of the $4,000 or $5,000 from Squirrel Drive anyways. Because I think to be responsible to the entire township, we are going to have to go back to Trans or somebody to develop a justification for going with this recommendation. And the way you get that justification is to study what the other options were. The pros and cons, not just the cost, but the impact. So maybe that's the narrative with the remand is, for us to eventually support this nuclear option, if that's their preference, we got to have this contextual information on the other options anyway. So we either get it now or we get it later. Just a thought.
Nope, spot on. Again, to Dustin's point, here we're jumping right off the cliff, right here. We haven't even walked up to the edge yet. So the more information we have, and to Paul's point, we don't have enough information yet to be making this decision. And by making a decision to fund a study of this sole option, sure seems like you're putting yourselves on a path towards that option. And I don't think we're there yet. So if I'm hearing council right, go ahead, Carla.
Well, I guess I feel we have more information than we think about closing Squirrel. And if I may put Dawn on the spot, or anyone else on staff, actually, Mark's here, Lindsay's here, we have professionals who have, committed their lives towards this. I would like to hear staff's opinion.
Well, at earlier meetings, when we were talking about the different options, and it became obvious they wanted to look at the road closure, I pointed out the difficulties. First of all, the slope of the road, getting a cul-de-sac in. Cul-de-sacs have to be fairly flat. There's not a lot of places on Squirrel Drive where you can get that. There's right-of-way take. And the safety issue, you know, at first there was some talk about, well, we'll put signs on either end of this emergency access saying emergency access vehicles only. I can't help but laugh when I see that, because for those of you who were here when Pike Street was closed, we had dozens of signs that said, road closed, wrong way, do not enter. And we had serious trouble of people coming the wrong way and had some dangerous situations.
Well, there are lots of signs on Panorama, right, on Villa Crest, and obviously those are all getting ignored.
There's speed limit signs everywhere, and apparently I ignore them.
So I think from a safety issue, I'd have some real concerns, you know, from what Sean Kaufman said, you know, that they have, particularly fire trucks, for an emergency vehicle access to work, it has to be such that a regular car can't just use it. So it's not going to be a passable road that has a sign that says "Do not use."
Wow.
We know that it'll get used heavily, especially if it's a short section. Pike Street was an eye-opener for how many signs, and we brought additional signs out that say "Do not go this way," and we had to have increased police activity, and they got a lot of people going the wrong way. So I'm from that standpoint, I'm not in favor of it. If we're talking one way, I would want it to be one way in from Squirrel, because fire trucks down here and the Life Link, it would be no different to them. They'd be able to get in. You know, you don't have to get out in a hurry, but you want to get in a hurry. So that was sort of, and I think Carla and I were bringing that up, and as she said, they did not like that idea at all. It was total closure or nothing. Earlier meetings, we had talked about phasing some different measures, and if 2 speed humps don't work, 4 speed humps on each road. I mean, you have to, whatever you do on Oak Ridge, you have to do on Shamrock, because we're not going to just move people from one road to the other there. But you know, I have to admit, I am not in favor. I tried to point out some of the negatives. I mean, obviously the positive is 100% reduction in pass-through.
Well, that's interesting you put that. Actually, having lived through the College Heights diverters and all that kind of stuff, it isn't 100%. Because you've got people still trying to go up in there and go the way that they knew or whatever like that. And then now you've got angry people turning around and all that kind of stuff. So it definitely, it's not 100%. It's not 100%.
Yeah, so you have someone go in and they have to turn around, so they're going to make double time getting out of there.
Yes, and you saw it, you know, Eric talked about dating and stuff, you know, that College Heights diverters and stuff like that, you know, it was real deal, so.
Can I ask a question? Was there, when that process happened, was there also concerns about EMS vehicles and fire vehicles and other, I mean, public safety component to that? I'd just be curious to know, because, you know, I can imagine it would be a big concern.
I would say not to the degree it should have.
Actually, that was the example Sean Kaufman used as for emergency vehicles having problems. He said, our truck drivers still have trouble navigating that area.
Yeah.
It still slows them down and it still injures their trucks.
Yeah.
That's doing the opposite of what we're sworn to do, which is the health and safety and welfare.
Well, yeah, again, I would go back to the balancing.
No, you're right, It just, it strikes me as that is a very serious consideration.
And that's why going to the nuclear option doesn't sit well with me, knowing, I don't feel that's balancing, you know, so. Adam, what I'm hearing is that we want to, I mean, fortunately we have Dawn and Carla and the 2 Dons and Carla on this, so they can hear, they've heard and everything like that. Do we need to take some kind of official action to send a message to LTAC?
I think you do. I think it needs to be, there needs to be a motion.
Okay.
It's your discretion, in my opinion, what you do with the recommended motion that's before you tonight. I think you could choose,
Well, we don't have a recommended.
well, the recommendation, I
Is
should
to approve
say,
the
is
engineering
to approve
study.
the engineering study. I think at your discretion, you can disregard that if you choose, if you're moving in a different direction. But I do believe that you need a motion that captures what your expectation is for LTAC.
Sure.
And we then, working with LTAC, Township Administration needs to convey that to the neighborhood. You know, we need to be conveying that message back to the neighborhood as well, to assist LTAC in doing that. So
Okay,
that
so,
said,
all right, I think we got a two-step. You know, do we want to take an official action on the 3975? And that could accomplish a couple of ways. Motion could be made, dies for a second, dies for a vote, you know, it loses in that.
and a vote, right.
I mean, is that the cleanest way to that? And then we move into the second step.
Could we motion a negative too?
You can move to deny
I
the
can move to deny the
recommendation.
Then we could approve, yeah, then it could be an actual vote.
And the two-step, right, and then we could go back with the recommendation. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move to deny the approval of the funding for the road
Thank you,
closure
Justin.
study.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Yes?
Necessary but not sufficient is I think we need to do the study, but it's not alone enough. That's the reason that I
Okay.
will vote the way that I am.
Sure. Okay, call the question. All those in favor of the motion to deny the funding request, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Motion carries. Okay, on to the next step, which is to try and convey to LTAC what council would like to see as a next step. Is that a fair way to describe it? And do you, from what you've heard here, do you have a remand memo would probably be the cleanest?
Yeah, I think I have more than enough for a remand. I would like to go over what I think I've heard
Please.
here. Basically, what I believe the council is leaning toward is an evaluation of graduated options, which would include, and I don't know which is the least of these, Dawn, but I started with speed humps, either 2 or then possibly 4, pinch points, 2, possibly 4, combination of humps and pinch points as an option, and one-way option, also utilizing potential variations of speed humps and pinch points, and then finally a closure as an option to be evaluated.
With the impacts of
Well,
those
with the
various
impacts
elements.
of all of
Yep.
those to be determined.
Right.
So that's what I've gleaned from the conversation. And I just need you
Yep,
to
I understand.
kind of-
Eric, we're gonna start. Eric?
Yeah, Adam, I don't know that I'd even be that specific. Going back to what I said before, and respecting what the neighborhood has already said they overwhelmingly support, my direction to them would be, give us, let this process give us the tools to ultimately support that recommendation. In other words, if that's what you want, and it gets through the LTAC process, and then it comes to us, we have to have the arrows in our quiver to answer the questions that are going to come from the rest of the township. Like, did you look at this? Did you look at that? And we need to be able to say, yes, we did. Instead of, no, we only looked at the closure. So let them anticipate what the rest of the township is going to ask us when it comes to us to support the nuclear option, you know, use this process to build that database and build that response to theoretically to support their request. So I'm not sure that I'd want to limit it, if we can get away with it, to certain aspects. I think they should brainstorm and say, hey, what are the rest of the township's questions going to be when it comes back to us? You know, and we're being asked now to support the nuclear option because that's what's supported by the residents.
My concern with that is, I think the residents have made clear they don't really care what the rest of the township thinks. So that's a mixed bag, so we have to balance.
And I'd also like to remind you, we keep saying the residents up there and the committee all said this, but it was not all of them. It was, you know, we have the survey, take it for what it is. And we also did have comments at our last meeting from people who brought up smaller options, brought up the one-way, we had correspondence afterwards.
Yeah, and a lot of these, unfortunately, they get loudered out.
Yeah, I just don't want to paint the picture of something it wasn't.
If I could then, let me rephrase that by saying, what would other residents within your give us the tools we need to defend that option with other residents within your neighborhood instead of the rest of the township. So when other residents in Center Hills Village say, well, how come you just didn't do one way, or how come you just didn't do this, we would have the data and the tools to respond. Because I keep going back to the fact that if we were to agree on the 4,000 and we move it back to LTAC and it gets to LTAC, we're still going to be faced with a decision then to move forward with it. And I don't see how we move forward with it without that supporting data that we're kind of hinting to LTAC that we need right now.
We have to be able to justify our decision at that end of the day.
Exactly.
That's what it's about. Adam, do you have
Yeah,
thoughts on
I
this?
mean, my only concern with leaving it that open-ended, Eric, is that this will bounce around indefinitely. And I just think that it is going to be a very hard slog for LTAC to work its way through with whatever elements of that neighborhood that they might agree to or might agree to study. So I'm concerned about leaving it so open-ended. On the other hand, I think you have a couple of options. What I initially provided to you as elements of a remand letter was very specific. It doesn't need to be that specific. You could also remand this in essence by saying that council believes that the closure of Squirrel Drive is the option of last resort, and that unless and until other alternatives have been fully vetted, that council is not in a position to support, in the absence of that data, in the absence of that evaluation, that alternative of last resort. And you could leave it at that.
Yep.
But yet again, that doesn't get to some of the specificity, and I think that it's going to be very difficult for LTAC to be able to get some kind of a consensus. So you could go that way and make it very clear that it's an option of last resort, and unless we've investigated other options, council may not take any action on this matter. But I think you need to perhaps consider giving even a little more direction than that. Now, you may choose ultimately to say that at some point in a remand, but I think there needs to be at least some guidance of what are they shooting for.
Right. I think your last is your lead in, and then you flow into potential.
I think you put in it that council wants a phased approach, with phase one being whatever measures they want to do, whether it's the speed humps or the chicanes out, speed humps or pinch points. Phase two could be more of the same, And then phase 3 may be, a multi-phased approach, but with phase 1 being some traffic calming on Oak Ridge and Shamrock.
Okay, Paul?
I think that's prejudging in the absence of additional data. My request would be in a remand to be very specific. We want to know what the impact is on traffic volume and speed, what the impact is financially.
Potential.
Of the various options. With each of the different options, what is the potential range of impact on volume and speed of traffic, on cost, on emergency services, which again, I will go back to, is a really big thing. I think we don't need to just talk to Trans. I think we need to talk to Sean Kaufman. I think we need to talk to Steve Baer. I think we need to talk to Scott Rawson. Scott Rawson.
That was the piece that LTAC actually worked into the remand, was also getting written letters from each of the
I think we
public
have
safety.
to ask we ask the experts.
Should have been
We
in.
rely on you guys as experts. We need to rely on the EMS experts, the fire experts.
Chief Gardner.
Chief Gardner. I mean, we need to cast that net wide in order to make a decision that will impact those. So I think we can be very specific in the kinds of concerns that we have potentially, whether they're addressed in each option, because again, 100% closure, well, you're gonna add 6 minutes to drive around to get a fire truck up to that house that has somebody in it.
And the other thing, as Paul has said,
Sorry, I keep saying the same thing over and over again.
But we'll just put it in black and white, that council understands that this is a very serious matter, but it's not.
And that you're willing to expend funds.
Yes, yeah, the money isn't the issue. It's that we have a duty to all of the residents of College Township, and that, we need to be justified in our decision-making process. And we don't have enough information at this point to be making that decision. Carla, go ahead.
I guess I'm struggling here because a closed neighborhood with one exit is the exact type of thing that we are always trying to fix. And here we are actually entertaining creating one. And I have to let you know, nuanced and broad response is going to make our meetings at LTAC really difficult. I'm just letting you know. It's gonna draw this out, and it's gonna be difficult. I don't think, I'm not trying, I don't know, if that's it, that's my comment.
No, it's a fair comment, and, the reality is, the township doesn't have to do anything.
Right.
We want to do something. So, we need them to work with us to do that. And if it becomes too combative or whatever like that, the easy answer is, we're gonna pull our LTAC out of harm's way, and until we can have these good discussions and everything towards a workable resolution and everything. We're not gonna put our volunteers to get beat up. We're not gonna do it.
If council is willing to let me try with some drafts of a remand that I could circulate to council to see if I'm able to capture the essence of the conversation. I'm willing to do that if that's what you would like me to do.
I know I would. I think that's the next step.
I completely understand Carla's point. The degree to which we can give specificity will assist the LTAC committee in its mission.
Yes.
If it is too broad of if it's too broad of a charge, it will become impossible.
Yes.
And so there's there's a fine line there, and I think that we need to be really careful. But we talked around a lot of, I think, excellent points tonight, and with a little bit of time and a little bit of effort, I may be able to get something down that captures the essence of what council is really after. I'm not trying to cut the debate short.
No.
But on the other hand, I'm not sure, without having something to
Yeah,
look
it's hard to
at.
craft
It's,
in a-
yeah, I would rather take a couple of stabs at it, even if we bring it back and have the conversation about remand at the council meeting. That's, I think, that may even be the best way to go.
Well, that is council
That would be good.
supportive of that?
I
Eric?
would be, and let me just say, I am very sensitive to Carla's concerns and to Don and his folks on LTAC. We're not trying to do this for busy work, so yes, I am very much in support of that suggestion.
Yes. So Eric, do you support that? We're going to bring back the potential remand? Yeah, okay, thanks. I love that committal. That was north, south, east, west. Thanks. Okay, hey, great discussion. If it was easy, everybody'd do it. So I appreciate the conscientious effort that everybody employed with this and everything. Unless there's an objection, we're going to move on to staff informatives. Anything staff wants to inform us on?
Nothing that isn't already in your packet, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Council, other matters? Anybody?
No, I was just going to make a clarification. Earlier when I mentioned about the celebrating Black History Month, it's actually Downtown State College, not the State College Borough. They have a really great website that lists all of the events. Downtown State College.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'll just put out a pump for the Pike Street Open House, February 10th at 6 p.m. right here. We'll put that out one more time. Hope to see everybody there. If there's nothing else for the good of the cause, I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr.
I have a
Chair.
motion, I will second. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, do not run off.